Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Today, we are going to be watching some street talking interviews. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Before we get into that, real quick, I just want to give a shout out to the replay gang. I know you guys are really going to enjoy this one. I know it. But you're missing out on the party. You're missing out on the party. You want to make sure that you come to this channel every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes I stream whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so that you never miss a party again. Before we get into it, I also want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, mysickshirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got it. And of course, the only place to get your official Indian Jesus merch, only at mysickshirt.com. All right, welcome. So today we are going to be, like I said, looking at some street talking interviews from one Peter Boghossian. Boghossian. We're gonna go with that. I've been seeing a lot of him lately, and I don't really know where he came from. As I gather, he is a professor somewhere, or was a professor somewhere, and these videos started taking off, so he just went with it. And today is the dog's lucky day. My peanut butter is empty, so he gets the remains. Hopefully he won't. Hopefully that will take him through the rest of the stream, but kind of think he might not. But yeah, so the videos that Peter Boghossian has been putting out have really centered on it'll pick an issue, and whatever the issue is, he'll have different lines on the floor where it goes from strongly disagree to slightly agree, neutral, and all the way across the other side. And I think that is a good way to start a conversation because there's answers already there. If we're talking about censorship, and somebody just asked you, "What do you think about censorship?" That's a broad question, and that conversation can go very many different ways. But when you say, "How do you agree or how do you resonate?" I don't. We got to see exactly how he asked the question, but he'll give a prompt similar to like Jubilee will do. And so there will be a prompt that says, America is racist. Then you start on the neutral line, and once you hear the prompt, you can go to either the disagree side or the agree side, and there's some nuance there, and that is what gets the conversation started. And I think that's really cool because it's not just about the ideas, but you see how other people react to the answers that other people in the survey are giving. Hey, we got Alex Pickus in the building. What up? Revolman is here, tired as hell. Well, wake up, buddy. It is party time. We got Van Allen in the building. Welcome back, Van Allen. Said hard times create hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create bad times. And that's actually I was wearing it. I just exit out, but I was just wearing that shirt the other day, and I got it from mysickshirt.com. So it's good times create weak men create hard times create strong men create good times, and you are here. Weak men creating hard times. That's exactly what is going on. So you already know it, Van Allen. Hey, we brought Revolvement back to life. All right. Hope you guys are doing well. So without further ado, let's get into the first video. So this one is asking USC students. Very much agreed, Van Allen. Very much agreed. See, this first one is asking USC students about their experiences with social justice in the classroom. That's quite a mouthful. Let's see what he means.
Off in the classroom.
As always, you guys know StreamYard can be shitty with sound, so if you cannot hear anything, please don't let me sit here and be talking about a video that you guys can't hear, and just let me know we can't hear.
Yeah.
Like what kind of stuff?
Just anything that there's two different sides on. Like, cause
That's like everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, if you're on the other side of the professor, stuff like I'm always nervous that could like I don't know, like change the professor's view on me. So
the professor will think differently of you.
Yeah, and then that could portray my grades. Maybe you just never know about like any professor, any teachers I've had.
That was something that I had to worry about. You know, I've talked before about how, for whatever reason, people seem to agree that there was a huge difference between 2012 and 2013, and whatever happened there was a switch, and all of this stuff really got ramped up in that time. But even though, as a 2012 graduate, definitely felt a lot of that going on, not to nearly to this degree, but for sure, you definitely wanted to be aware of what does the professor think, because they are humans and they are biased, and even though they're supposed to be there to educate you, the political ideological stuff already was creeping into the the work, the classroom, and so I can't even imagine how bad it is now.
Don't want to get on anyone's back.
I gotta say that sucks.
Yeah.
Yup.
Yeah.
There's two sides to, I would say, the culture war today, and if you're not on the side that's kind of dominated on most college campuses, then you're not really going to be saying much in terms of what you really feel, you know.
So you feel that there are certain stances that you can't take in conversations in the classroom.
So I definitely want to pause to address this. Robin says, I don't even have a diploma nor GED. I need to go back and graduate badly. I think that having a GED is definitely something that everybody should have. But beyond that, I would not, unless you are looking to do something that is very specific to needing specific certifications and things like that, I definitely would not worry about a diploma. I'll worry about what you want to do first, and then see what the requirements are from actual people who work in that industry. Because they'll people will tell you, oh yeah, you need a degree to da 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 da. Even when I was getting like entry-level jobs in my 20s, the notion of having a degree usually would help your cause. But nowadays, I see a lot more employers looking at a college degree as a sign that you're subject to this kind of stuff and that you're brainwashed. So depending on what you're trying to do, you might be better off without a diploma. And there's always classes you can take, there's certifications you can take for virtually anything. So definitely give that some thought, buddy.
Yeah.
Like what? Like,
let me back that up. I don't remember what you were saying.
Much in terms of what you really feel, you know.
Do you feel that there are certain stances that you can't take in conversations in the classroom?
Yeah.
Like what? Like what?
Maybe like things that maybe a stance that's not like mainstream media stance. Maybe not like what major celebrities and major politicians
such as
are pushing. I'd say maybe some sides that are on the opposite side.
I'd say most of my conversations about my actual opinions are most like non-existent. I more so like.
Really, what do you mean by that?
Well, I like to keep my opinions to myself 100% of the time.
Because why?
Wow.
Because I don't think it's worth any risk of anything.
That is fucking sad. It is not worth the risk of anything to say what you believe in. You should be willing to risk everything. And the place where you learn to have the stuff, to know what it is that you're risking for, what you're standing for, should be college. So again, what is the point?
Because to me, like,
Well, the risk of what?
retaliation by someone who might not believe in what I believe in, or anything really.
It's not smart to talk about politics on campus with other students just because of everyone's other like political views. There's always like backlash that comes out if you're on the opposing side of one another.
This might seem like a stupid question, but I'm really sure. Do you like living like that? I mean, you couldn't
No,
possibly
yeah.
like that.
No, but you're down. You don't do it everywhere, but when you step out of the classroom, I'm outspoken around people I know. And,
That's interesting. So you don't do it everywhere, but you do it in the classroom.
well, not just the classroom. I'd say you do it wherever in LA. You should.
For me, I've lost a lot of friends the last couple of years.
About what? Why?
Well, for one thing, the George Floyd thing. I don't know if you remember, a lot of people were posting black squares on their social media. I didn't do that, and I lost a lot of friends.
Wow. This dude lost friends. People decided I cannot be your friend because of a black square on Instagram. That's sad. That's sad how brainwashed people will be. And all that, they think that encompasses the entirety of their personhood in one Instagram post. Yeah, Raman, I didn't expect you to respond like that. Most people would just agree. Yeah, I mean, it's what they want you to. It's what they want you to do. They want you to take out loans. They want you to be indebted. They want you to give money to the institution. It's all a scam. Unless you're going to be a doctor or whatever, then what is college for? You can't speak your mind. You can't ask the questions that you want to ask. You can't learn anything that's not part of the narrative already. So what is it that you're going for? And it's more expensive than it's ever been. Van Allen said it's mind-boggling why they can't self-reflect and see their moral hypocrisy. I think it's going. I mean, eventually, there will be some pushback from this societally. I mean, not that we already haven't seen pushback, but I mean the fact that we're normalizing this aspect of going to higher education simply to go, not to learn, not to question, not to be around other people who are none of that. That is what college was originally for. But here we are.
Because they
Really?
yeah, I did. Because they didn't think I was with the Black Lives Matter protests and all that kind of stuff.
In one of my more like my GE classes last year, we talked about policing, and there was like a stance that was brought up on the
Spit it out.
unnecessary reason for policing to be around.
Unnecessary reason for policing to be around. This is what you want to go to college for? She can't even, and exactly, yeah, Van Allen, the smartest people I know don't have a post-secondary diploma. And the people at the institutions talk like this. I'm not trying to pick on homegirl here, but that's not a sentence.
And so that kind of narrative was pushed in the classroom of like anti-police. So having like a pro-police or pro-law enforcement was like a minority opinion.
And what happened if you voiced that opinion? Was it socially, or was it from the professor, or what happened?
It was just more like some more like passive aggressiveness, or like just like more like pressure on you to like follow.
Conform. Pressure on you to conform, to comply. Yeah, it's absolutely.
Up and they say, but what about these people who have been attacked by the police? What about these people? Which is important to question, but I think it's important to question without.
I think what she's gonna say is to question without bias, and I was going to stop it because she said I think it's a good thing or it's a good question, but the problem is they're not really questioning it; they're just spewing their rhetoric. So let's see. I think she's going to say it's an important question, but I think it's important to question without
Biases.
Hey, called it.
Present when the professor or other classmates have a bias present that's opposite, it kind of doesn't allow you to like fully think with them and collaborate on ideas.
Like you're a swimmer, right? Like, are there certain positions you can't come out with? Like, you can't say, I think it's unfair that Leah Thomas compete in the women's division. Like, Could you say that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you could definitely. I feel like because that's in our sport.
Oh,
feel
you
like
can say that.
I
Oh, that's
feel like
good.
to the majority, yeah. Like we don't bring it up at practice. The guys do, but like we never bring it
Yeah,
up.
we could totally speak our minds. We just, it's better not to because, and again, not making fun of dude. I'm making fun of the fact that this is the culture. If the culture was different and college really was still the place to question everything and then I would say, bro, you're a pussy. Say what you think. But the culture is different. It's just, as the other guy said in the beginning, it's just not worth it. They have made it not worth it. So they have infiltrated the education system. This is how communist takeovers happen. They put us into boxes. Yep. They put you into boxes. They take over. They determine that parenting is no longer important, that the government can take care of your children. The government can take care of this, that. Before you know it, the government controls everything. Sounds good, right? Robin says 9 times out of 10, maybe 9 times out of 10. Cop heard somebody shoot someone. I don't know what that says.
To any of the girls because they have different views than we do, and that could just create like a bad environment for the team.
Like, let's say, for example, LGBTQ plus, right? Like, I'm not saying I know too much about it, but where I grew up, it's not really a thing. So coming to America, I want to learn more about it, But like sometimes I ask a question and I get backlash for it.
This is what I came to America for. But when I ask questions, I get a backlash. Is that a good thing in any way? I mean, come on. Why? It says, props to you, bro. You should be grateful that you have a great working brain. I am. Thank you. The future has hope with minds like yours. Great content. Thank you, brother. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Vomit, you got to try that. I have no idea what that says. I'm not stopping the show to try to figure out things anymore. Either I can read it or I'm moving on.
No reason. When I'm simply curious and I just want to learn, But sometimes questions are unacceptable, and I didn't know that, So sometimes like there's things that are just.
There's some questions that are unacceptable, and I didn't know that. You shouldn't know that because that's wrong. There are no stupid questions. Yeah, there could be questions that have obvious answers. And there can be questions that that don't really have a good answer. Whether it's because it's, what is life? What does it mean in life? Or if it's, if a tree falls and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Like that kind of stuff. Hey, we got 2A Oregon boy in the building. Welcome. If that was you who sent me that PayPal last time, let me know so I can shout you out. I don't know. I got it from somebody, but it's not the same name. And you said something. So let me know. Welcome back, brother. Welcome back. I'm sure you will have a bunch of interesting stuff for this stream. Glad to see ya. But yeah, the fact that this kid feels like it is the fact that there are certain things that you are not allowed to question in America. That's terrible. We should, at least to the rest of the world, we should want to have some level of pride in how other people see us. I mean, I think so, but maybe I'm alone.
Should be socially acceptable, but they're not, because I mean no harm,
Yes.
Just want to learn.
So you're being sincere and you're asking a question. Yeah. And is it who is doing it? Like your teachers are doing this, or what? Your fellow students, or who?
No, normally it's peers you run into campus that you don't necessarily know too well. They're
people you don't know too well. People who just think oh, you're a person who's espousing things that allows me to treat you like shit. Because I don't know who you are, I can just put you in a little box, as Van Allen said. And because I've already made those boxes and said, oh, okay, this box is evil, then very easily I can just shove you into that box. And now I feel entitled and justified and righteous for speaking out against a bigot or whatever the mental gymnastics or whatever you rationalize.
Defensive of who they are, you know, and that doesn't let me learn. Instead of, I mean, if they want to fight for unity, you know, that's what we all want to do. But when you can't ask and you can't learn, and they're uncomfortable by it, then it doesn't really allow, you know.
I think.
Yo, that is the dude of the stream. That is the one to beat. If there's nobody else, and I love that his shirt says "I'm not weird." That's a weird ass shirt, dude. But that's my number one guy so far.
It's a little bit unfortunate and kind of sad that we're at such a big institution. It's not just the USC thing. I think it's a university thing. It's that's like a world thing right now where people like to agree and they like to feel like they belong into a group of people who all agree and think the same. So I think it's unfortunate.
I think most college campuses exist as an echo chamber of opinions, and you have to conform those opinions in order to have a voice. Which works for me. I'm very liberal, so I'm able to voice my opinions. But I have friends that don't agree with me politically, so they.
Oh my god. So because the echo chamber is one that echoes your beliefs, it's not a problem. This is college. This is American higher education.
They have to censor everything they say. Not even censor, they just can't talk because they know that there's immediate backlash.
But to a certain extent, how could I ever talk about the experience of a black person's life during Jim Crow laws when I'm a white person? And
how could a black person that's going to school now talk about life during Jim Crow? What's the difference? Neither of you were there. So the only thing you know is what's told to you by other people. So yeah, sure, he probably has a much different perspective because of a family that's been through that, but he could tell you that. You can ask him. I don't know how that would turn out, but you certainly could, and you definitely should be able to.
I have no legacy of being oppressed or segregated from, the general mass. All
right, we're gonna make this into a drinking game. It doesn't have to be alcohol, just because we want to make it more fun. Every time we hear the word oppressed, or just we'll develop it as we go along. But all these leftist buzzwords. So oppressed. Every time we hear oppressed, we gonna drink. Cheers. Let's get back into it.
Consequence of that, you think, is that people who don't have a history of being oppressed shouldn't talk about it?
It's not that you shouldn't talk about it. It's just, how you choose to compose yourself when you, or how the kind of authority you talk with, I think.
Which interview are you talking about? A link to the interview? I don't know what you're talking about.
I think, I shouldn't be talking about those things, honestly, because I feel like it's not my place. And maybe that's just a social thing implemented onto me. Because
you think that, I don't know if you're white or whatever you are.
Sure.
Yeah, because you think.
Of course he's white. Of course he's white. No other race of people on college campuses acts like this. Why do we think that is? Is it because of oppression? Or is it because of bullshit?
Privilege. I'm not really that white.
Oh, privilege. That's another one. Cheers to that. That's going on the list. Oppression or privilege? Or no, it has to be white privilege. White privilege. Cheers. We don't get shit-faced.
Okay, but so you think you shouldn't talk about him because...
Listen to how confused Peter is. It's like, wait a minute. You can just talk about stuff, dude.
You don't have those experiences. You don't have access to the truth.
I guess.
I
Well,
don't
I don't
know,
have
man.
access to the. I mean, what it really
No,
is.
we
is
don't
like
know.
the legacy of like, brotherhood and sisterhood within that race, or
This is what happens when you don't allow. That's the point, brother. We here for the party, nah. Nah, you guys do it. Drink whatever you want, but drink water if you want. But just do it. Just do it. And it's so sad that this dude has to filter his actual thoughts. That's why he's not making any sense. If he felt like he wasn't, if the camera wasn't there, if he wasn't on campus, and he was just asked about this stuff, he would be able to give you his experience. It's his lived experience. But I forget who it was, but they talked about how, when What is a Woman came out. The reason that question works so well is because the answer is very obvious. But what is acceptable to say is very different. So when you ask somebody, what is a woman? When they have trouble answering it, they are trying to reconcile what they know is the truth and what they are allowed to say. And when you're using so much mental energy just figuring out what you are and are not allowed to say, not only do you sound like an idiot, but the conversation doesn't go anywhere and you don't get to learn anything.
So the things you can't talk about: sexual assault, and what else?
I think it's oftentimes like a perception of if you're in a position of power, you can't uphold that position. Okay, so for me, I'm in Greek life.
What?
I can't be openly Greek life.
Why?
Right? Like, or not openly Greek life, openly pro-Greek life, people that are anti-Greek life, because then I live.
Why are people anti-Greek life? What? I didn't know that was a thing. I mean, I think frats are stupid. But, I mean, I thought they're sanctioned by the schools. What is going on in the world?
Like a villain. Does that make sense? Regardless of what my opinions are, like I'm not allowed to take that stance publicly.
We're at a point of no
You're not allowed. I'm not allowed. You are allowed. You're just too scared. And I understand. I understand why you're scared. Because your entire generation thinks that speech is violence. But you absolutely are allowed.
turn where we're never going to be.
You really think so?
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever be the same again in this country.
Wait, I hope you're wrong.
Okay, sounds good.
I do. I hope you're wrong.
Yeah.
I hope you're wrong.
Donald Trump changed everything. Before Donald Trump was president, we had these issues, but Donald Trump really shook up the whole world with his words and his actions and things he said.
Love him or hate him, you cannot deny that that's the truth.
And basically, people are really afraid that will happen again, or they don't like it. I think a lot of people, especially in the West Coast, they just don't like it, and it's hard to kind of go back from that. But I mean, a lot of people my age they're kind of brainwashed, man. I mean, if you talk to people, I don't know.
Understatement of the century there.
Do you realize how crazy that is?
Yeah, it is. It is crazy, but that's how it is,
Yeah, it's the echo chamber complex, sniffing your own farts. Everybody's about it. They want to stay in their room and just, listen to what they want to hear.
Why do you think that is?
Because it's becoming harder and harder to socialize as people. Things have become more spread out, a lot more complicated.
Have they though? Have they gotten that much more complicated, or have we just made things more complicated? I guess that's two sides of this. I mean, if we've made things more complicated, then it is more complicated. But inherently, life has not become any more complicated. It's always been very complicated, but it doesn't seem like life has dramatically changed fundamentally. It seems like politically, we've pushed for these things that have changed society. And some of them are good. A lot of them recently, not so much. I mean, unless I'm wrong, you guys let me know what you think.
Just came out as gender fluid. I don't really know what that means, but I'm gonna respect it and I'm gonna love him for it.
What? So, if you don't know what it means, then you should ask. You should be able to ask without fear of punishment, without fear of being ostracized. But that's the problem. That is the problem. That you can't ask these questions. And so you just have to go along with what you're supposed to say because you don't know how to even approach the discussion of like, okay, I want to be on your side. I want to be on your side. I just need to know what it is. Bigot, homophobe, racist.
But I gotta like learn what that is, and that's like my friend
Exactly. How? How do you learn what it is if you can't ask about it?
who's like the same age as me. Like, where am I? What rock have I been sleeping under? You know?
And there's the gaslighting. Why don't I know this? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you, dude. Nothing's wrong with you. The world is upside down. We are in the upside down, my friend.
It's an intimidating world.
Facts.
Do you think this problem is more on the left than the right?
Yo.
Oh, it's got to be more on the left. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I know the right has issues too, but the left is definitely imposing a lot of things over everybody.
How do we?
And that is something that, as I over the last couple, since I've been the IndianJesus pretty much, I definitely don't feel like I consider myself a conservative. But the way that we use these words, I'm certainly not a liberal, certainly not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I don't, like the GOP. I think I'm more libertarian than anything else. But when it comes to the culture stuff, I'm becoming more and more comfortable with just being called a conservative, whether that's accurate or not. The thoughts I have, the beliefs I have, they will call me a conservative. So whatever. I always do this. I'm going on a long tangent. I don't remember what I was going to say. Hold on.
No,
So asking about whether the right or left is worse with this. It is clear. It is so clear that all of this is merely an issue of the left. The biggest issue with the right is that they're not doing anything about it. And so even though the GOP has plenty of problems, way too obsessed with religion, go down the list. But when it comes to what is affecting me from day to day, now, today, it's not the religious right. It's not the Republicans. It's the leftists. 2A says, this was a cultural change through academia, not through politics. Politics just hopped on board, I think. Well, as they say, politics is downstream from culture. And so as the culture changes, so will the politics will follow along. And then when you shut the entire world down for 2 years and nobody has anything to do except pay attention to politics without actually paying attention to politics, you get this. You get where you're not allowed to not know something. You're not allowed to not know something. That is bigoted to be unaware of something that just came about in the last few years. You're not allowed to ask, and you're not allowed to not know. So you just have to know.
The problem is more on the left than the right.
Oh, it's got to be more on the left. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I know the right has issues too, but the left is definitely imposing a lot of things over everybody.
How do we get back to talking to each other again?
I just think that's where the human race is headed. You don't want to talk to somebody unless they hang out at your club or your friend.
Man, I hope you're wrong. I sincerely hope you're wrong.
I have a hard time hanging out with a lot of people because of that element,
But then how are you ever going to challenge your beliefs if you're only hanging out with
around
people?
and I'm like, well,
Exactly.
Who are you? Who am I talking to? And I interrogate, and I'm like a little too much.
Wait a second. I have to call you out on that because the only way you could truly interrogate.
Hey, we got Ice 69 Arag. So there are only 2 genders. Period. I agree. Welcome to the party. Let's see if everybody else agrees with you. Welcome. Glad you are here. We're going through, that's one of the videos from Peter Boghossian here, doing some pretty cool street interviews. So we are checking that out. Glad to have you.
You believe is you have to have somebody who genuinely believes it, who's kind of challenging you.
I found that most of the classes I've been in usually have a pretty good environment for talking about different sides and disagreeing. But it's definitely sometimes uncomfortable when you're in the minority of the opinion.
Yeah, but it is uncomfortable when you're in the minority of or you don't have the mainstream opinion. And grow some balls. Grow the fuck up. If you just go along, as they say, you cannot comply your way out of tyranny. So because you're a little uncomfortable and you want everybody to like you, you're just going to go along, go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and perpetuate more and more and more and more. And then when you actually have you're like, whoa, this is too far. Then you're still in the situation of not having the mainstream opinion, but now things have gone way too far off the deep end. Tue's leaving the party already. How dare you? Just kidding. Thank you. Oh, did you? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tue. I really appreciate that. I love when you guys hang out. I could not ask for any more, but bills got to get paid. Thank you so much, Tue. Hope you have a good one. And hey, we'll be here. Come back if you can. We got No Freedoms in the building. He says, I believe there is, I'm going to call that 100,000 plus genders. Mental illness never stops. Well, we'll get into this when we're on that actual that video. But I don't think that this non-binary, all of this stuff with the gender bender stuff, I don't really know that it's all mental illness. I don't believe that there's that much mental illness. I believe there's a lot of wannabes, and there's a lot of people who are insecure, and a lot of people who will do whatever they have to do to get approval from people. And especially if you're a straight white male, there's really only one option for you. You gotta suck a dick or chop yours off.
When, for example, my freshman year, we had Ben Shapiro come to campus, and they actually opened up a classroom discussion to
I think that's great.
Talk about stuff. Yeah, and it was people on both sides. And what I've noticed is if you have a minority opinion or something, and you start kind of sharing your perspective, then other people will feel more comfortable.
I think that's absolutely right.
I think,
the problem is, Van Allen, that I live in a small town. I would have to travel to go somewhere, and then I don't think I'm I'm not very charismatic. I'm not as charismatic in person. I don't know. Definitely something I want to do. I definitely want to do my own street interviews. I would definitely be talking about the specific aspect of talking to conservatives about how to take God, the word God, the language of religion, out of political discourse without compromising on values. I think that is absolutely possible. I see no downside. But yeah, maybe we'll see it happen. If more people like 2A are around, then I'll be able to afford that kind of shit.
We have a really great culture here, I think.
Good. I think that's awesome. I hear stuff like that. I'm like, awesome. Thanks, man.
I think me just being able to tell you what I told you here is vastly different from a Cal. A Berkeley, I don't think you'd even be able.
Oh, we're going to Berkeley.
Oh, well, you're probably gonna have people protesting right behind you while you give interviews.
Yeah, it's interesting because we're just listening to students. That's right. So I'm not speaking at these events. We're listening. Exactly. I'm asking questions.
If you just have your own viewpoint and you're
hey, Van Allen just bought one of the shirts. Oh, well, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Rock that shit, and whenever somebody asks you about them, I'll feel it in my heart. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. Awesome. That's the first one. Well, I mean, my dad bought one and I bought one, but you're the first actual person who bought one. Woo! Van Allen and 2A coming through for your boy. Appreciate you guys to no end.
Protecting everything and you don't want to grow as a person, then I don't like that viewpoint in life. I just don't live my life like that. And I think it's going to be harder.
Well, this place is the source, not particularly this place, but colleges and universities are the source of a lot of the censoriousness and illiberalism that's happening today. Yep. It's, so many people have come by and say they can't voice their opinion, they can't say something, and that's.
And isn't it ironic?
The biggest problem with that is that it perpetuates the feeling that you can't talk about that. It's a vicious. It's a what was that show? Oh, I think On the Ranch. If you guys have seen that Ashton Kutcher show on Netflix, there's a scene where it's like it's a vicious cycle. You know, like a fish. He don't have feet, so it just keeps going around and around and around. But it's a vicious cycle that the culture is that we can't talk about these things, so people stay quiet, and so it becomes more underground, and so people talk about it less, and then go on and on and on and on and on and on. Speak your truth. Speak up. Say something.
50 years ago, I mean, these were the places where you're speaking your mind and where free speech is taking hold. And it saddens me. Like, you look at Berkeley's history, they should be at the forefront of this. 100%. They should be the ones where
Preach.
You go there, you can speak your mind. 100%. But it's like, it's the opposite.
You know, I've worked as a school teacher in the past, and I see how kids are younger than me, and I see how a lot of them they don't think the same way that I thought when I was then. You know, they're already being indoctrinated with a lot of things, and it's kind of sad.
And I'm only saying this because you asked me. I wouldn't be giving my opinion unless you asked me. So I'm a founding faculty member at the University of Austin now.
So that's where it was. Because some of the other videos, he's like I said, he started off just doing his thing. You'll see some of the other videos are just him in the classroom, and now he's out visiting places and stepping his game up. So good shit. Always like to see people doing more.
There are new colleges and universities going on that really do place free speech front and center. And I'd like to give people a choice between this place, not specifically, between the pre-existing legacy institutions and new institutions where people can speak their mind, and they're based on open conversation, open inquiry, and dialogue. That's honestly what I think the solution is, to give people the choice.
Hey, we got Wiltos in the building. Where the fuck you been, bro? Says there's probably around close to $50,000. Not in my bank account. I guess you meant genders. Yeah, there's infinite. There is no. I could make one up right now. I'm going to identify as light. I am light and light self. You can just make them up. But we'll get there. We'll reel you guys in, and then we'll, the drop.
After you've made new institutions.
I see. Well, I'd love to see it happen.
It's happening right now.
Well, that'd be great.
Start a YouTube channel, No Freedoms. So, that first video was definitely... that first video was definitely a interesting topic that I care about. People being able to express themselves. Not the craziest topic, but I think really important. And when we see just how scared these kids are to just talk, to just express themselves, then I don't know where we go from there. I don't know how you improve upon anything if we can't talk about it. If we can't talk about it, then we are in the status quo, and it is what it is. So I'm going to go into something a little bit more focused. So this is one of the older videos that he did in his classroom. And the video is speech violence? So if there's, I'm going to assume that nobody here thinks that violence and speech are the same thing. But if you disagree, let me know, and let's have a little chat about that before we get into the video itself. So No Freedom says, I'm scared to talk as well. Gotta pay the bills somehow. These son of bitches will try to get you fired or hurt. I would rather get beat up than that shit. Well, again, I hear you. I definitely hear you. But the problem is that when we all say like, oh, well, I'm just going to stay quiet so that, I can pay the bills. It gets further. The Overton window shifts. And eventually, no matter what it is, it's going to go further and further and further. And eventually there will be something that you cannot pretend that you support, or something that you have, whatever it is. Eventually there will be something. And by then, you will have dug yourself the hole of sticking your head in the sand, and you're down the creek. They should say up the creek. Up the creek or down the creek? They usually say down the creek. But no, you usually say up the creek. They should say down the creek, because if you're up the creek and you want to go down, you just ride the water. So you're down the creek. Down Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Uh-oh, Lil Toes is gonna get scared. All right, trigger warning if you think speech is violence. Trigger warning. Word up. Do that shit. Definitely. I mean, I think there is value in like what country are you interested in going to? Because it's not like this isn't global. It certainly isn't the same everywhere. There are definitely places where you can go to escape this stuff, but it's not that simple. It's not that simple. We have so much here. And it doesn't seem like it, because we are always looking at the things that we want to fix. But all these expats going Iceland would probably be pretty cool. But definitely, like the heat. Hell no, I hate the snow. Well, I don't hate the snow. I hate the snow. Like freshly fallen snow, beautiful. See 1 or 2 snowstorms, and you get it. And then you get a snowstorm. And then you get 6 weeks of slush, and everything is wet and gross, and I hate it. That's why I'm trying to move, like Arizona, New Mexico, the Southwest. I just want heat, guns, and weed. That's all I want. All right. So again, trigger warning. If you think speech is violence,
Is violence. 5, 4, 3, 2.
So again, they have the all the way from strongly disagree, slightly disagree, neutral. So they're all starting on neutral, and then of course slightly agree, strongly agree.
1 move. Slightly disagree. Oh, where are you?
I'm gonna say, I'll explain.
You can say, you can keep moving. I'll just put the mic down. Okay. You happy there?
Yeah.
You cool there? Is everything cool? You cool there? Okay. Well, you can move at any time. You're free to move. Okay. So you strong.
So that's if we didn't. Do not tell me you ate all that peanut butter. He ate all that peanut butter, and now he's like, "Hey, can I get some more?" No, lay down. You're good. The notion of being free to move at any time is also a very good part of this, because it encourages, hey, I changed my mind. Hey, I don't, I thought this, but now hearing what other people are thinking, I feel comfortable changing my mind. It's crazy to me that we have to highlight something like that, but here we are.
Oh, tell us why.
I think it's really an issue of definitions. I think violence is anything that causes physical harm to a person, a being, or I guess maybe a material object. So I don't think that speech can cause physical harm. It can certainly incite to physical harm. So
There
speech
you
can
go.
cause violence.
There you
But doesn't
go.
mean it is violence.
So for you, and I want to make sure I understand this correctly. So for you, speech is violence is a definitional thing, and you define violence like a physical.
Yeah, violence. I think speech can certainly cause emotional harm, but I don't think that is violence.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, you're agreeing with him.
Oh, so yeah, I'm on this side because I think that like speech is not inherently violent, but I think that there's like critical distinctions that differentiate why I'm on disagree versus strongly disagree. So I think that I think I'm a member of the DPU. I think free speech
What the fuck is the DPU?
is very important on college campuses and just generally in society, because it allows people of different views to like better understand each other. And I think that we get that through rigorous debate of ideas and by seeing people principally disagree on things. But I do know that there's like scientific research on how obscenities or how offensive speech, such as using like racial slurs against people, can cause stress, and that causes a shortening of our telomeres, which are, I believe, in our chromosomes. And I'm not a STEM person, so don't cite me on this, but it does cause this process that leads to adverse health outcomes. And so I know that while that's a cause of obscenity, of offensive speech.
Shut up. All right. I was waiting for a moment for her to stop so that I can address the fact that she's just is speech violence? Yes or no? This is what you get with academia. The more words, the more buzzwords, the seemingly the more intelligent you are. So I think the as I said, I think it's clear that college is not quite what it was set out to be. You know, this is also something I noticed when I was thinking about college, when I was in high school. And I was like, it's a little weird that, like, whenever you talk to, you know, the kids you went to high school with and now they're in college, whenever you talk to them and you ask them, like, what is college like? They're never like, oh, you know, it's a very, you know, it's a good place to learn. And they're like, oh, we party this, I fuck this bitch over here, this team, that team, the Greek. That's all college is. And don't get me wrong. I would not give back my college years. I had a good ass time. But in my graduation gown, I was like, I probably should have paid a little bit more attention to stuff here. You can just not, and nobody does anything. You can just give them tens of thousands of dollars and then just fuck off, and that's the way it works. And then you talk like this.
It can happen, but I think if that makes sense. So I'm trying to differentiate between, you know, the cause and the inherent quality of speech.
Okay.
Like what?
So you were a little unsure at first. You still unsure? It's 100% okay to be unsure.
So she's at slightly agree. More. Oh my God, this fucking dog. She's at slightly agree that speech is violence. Let's see what her justification. She was a little unsure, but she landed, I think, on slightly agree. So let's see, what is her justification?
Yeah, I think I am unsure just because this is a very like heavy definition statement.
Yes.
And I my original thought was, okay, speech can't hurt anybody, so I'm just gonna...
Right. That's you were right. You were right. But then the wokeism crept into your mind. You're like, wait a minute. That sounds like logic. That sounds like a fact. We can't have that. No.
Be on the side, but then after considering it more, what if speech incites violence? I think in that situation, we as a society would put some fault on the person who said the words that incited the violence. So given that fault is placed on this person for violence, I think that in this scenario, it's possible that speech could be violence.
But what you just said is that the speech causes violence. So if the speech causes violence, the speech cannot be the violence. This is what happens when you don't know how to think logically, when you don't know how to put ideas in the right order to make sense, to send a message. Van Allen, I'm looking to, I'm trying to gather a little bit more of a bigger audience before I go back to doing podcasts. I actually, on this channel, you can go back and see there's actually two different podcasts that I was doing at different points in time. The earliest videos on this channel are the Aw Really podcast. Like, oh, really? AWE. Aw Really podcast. That's audio only. I was doing that in like 2013, 14, right in that area. That died off a little bit. And then I wanted to do video stuff. So I started the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, where I talk to authors about their books, which I have not read, so that you and I would be able to talk to them about their book and all that stuff. So I'm looking to bring that podcast back, but because of like analytics and the algorithm and everything, I got to kind of pick a lane, and then I can like make a new channel and do it that way. But definitely on the agenda. Thank you for hanging out, Van Allen. Really appreciate you. Hope to see you next time. Have a good one.
Are you buying that? I mean, is that sufficient to persuade you?
Nope.
Well, I think it's really like a definitional problem. So I think that this is a very general question, and I think I don't know. I think it depends on the situation. So I don't know if we're talking about like free speech on allowing, like if this is a question of like speech between two individuals on a street, or if it's an issue of like bringing a speaker to campus and like that effect, like is that speech violence if you disagree with like a speaker's view, or is it
nope
violence if someone's saying a racial slur to you? So I think that those are, maybe that's what you're getting at, and I would love to hear what you said.
Yeah, I guess what I was sort of getting at is that if somebody says, okay, murder this person now, and here's exactly how you do it, and here's exactly where they live, then would this person be committing an act of violence? And my original
Be nice.
would be, and I think what James is trying to say is that no, it's not violence because you're not physically harming this person, but at the same time, our legal system and our society would place fault on this person for the violence that was committed. So
only in very, very unique circumstances, you would have to directly incite the violence. But again, then you're using your speech to cause another thing that is not your speech. See how that works?
Yeah, maybe it's sort of violent.
Did she convince you?
No, and I think I have also responses to both the arguments that have been made.
Please.
I think, firstly, to your argument, if I shouted in a room, like an empty room, to nobody, kill that man, it would not incite any violence. If I shouted in a crowded room of people, kill that man, it might incite violence. I think that it's this, in both cases, it's the same speech, it's the same words being said, it's the same action, really. And so I don't think you can really call that action violence if the only thing that can make it cause violence are the conditions around it and the choices of the people who you're telling the speech to and speaking to. Because this person could choose not to kill that man, or they could choose to kill that man. So
Again, I agree with this guy, but the way that he talks, the way that these people, well, it's a definite issue, so technically, just speak like a normal person. You're not writing a paper. I think I've talked about this before, but I have a couple of friends who are doctors of psychology. And it's impossible to just have a normal conversation with them. Not because I don't understand them. I'm, believe it or not, pretty smart. But it's like you're not saying much. You're just saying a bunch of words, and I'm getting lost in the message. Just give it to me. Nilto says their talking is all filler. Yep. Hey, we got Indie Film in the building. He said, no, speech is not violence. Oh, and silence is also not violence. Facts. Hey, Indie Film, check this out. Boom, baby. Hell yeah. No, Freedom says chemistry was easier than understanding these people. Yup. Yeah. They don't know the KISS method. What's the KISS method? Keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple. And that, to just jump on that point, it really is a sign that you understand things when you can break it down in boom, 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 boom. If you have to do all of this word salad and dancing around the point, then you don't really get it. Especially when the question is speech violence?
I don't think that it can really be violence in that case, because in my mind, violence always causes damage. If I punch somebody, it will always hurt them.
That's a good point. Violence causes damage.
Really?
Yeah, we're
No, I'm just going with you. Okay, so she said something that, like if I got up in your face, I'm not gonna do it, and I started yelling, like whatever I'm gonna yell about you, that would, especially on cameras, that would cause a physical reaction, even though I'm here and I make sure that there's distance or there's no physicality. And you said that it has to cause some.
Yeah, I think to that point, there are rather conclusive studies that find that looking at people's stories on social media can cause depression in people. I think that, you see somebody's life looks happier than yours, and it makes you sad.
Go on, brother, go on.
You see the best parts of their life, and you have the entirety of yours in your mind, right? And I don't think that, I think, that can cause stress and depression and ergo telomere delengthening or whatever in a person, or it cannot. I think it's really a reaction on the part of the recipient, but you can't choose not to take physical damage from a gunshot.
Right. So that's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you that, I'm not sure this is relevant to the question. I'm working through these ideas myself, but shouldn't or let me phrase it more neutrally. Should the burden be placed upon people like sticks and stones may break my bones? So if someone says something mean to you, that we teach people how not to have that right? Because you can't count on other people to not be jerks. You can only count.
You also can't count on just innocuous speech offending somebody else. You don't control what is offensive to other people. So you may be, and this happens way too often in my life, so much so that I needed to create a channel where I'm the guy. So nobody could say that, oh, he's, no. Too often, I'll just say a thing that is not meant to hurt anybody, or it's just expressing my opinion. And then somebody will get offended. You cannot control that. So I can't have the foresight to read your mind to see what offends you so that I don't say that. That is not a practical way of looking at the world. And film says violence does not have to cause damage. Somebody could throw a rock at me and miss. That is still a violent act. I would agree, but I think what he was saying is that is an aspect. And so if they miss, it's still a violent act, but the intention was, the fact that they missed doesn't make it not violent. I would agree with you, but I think that the damage is a little bit closer to the answering the question, what is violence, than where they're at. But I agree. It's simple, but it's not that simple. And this is a good point. So it says difference is that it's physical harm versus speech. I'm offended that you commented that you were offended. How dare you?
On yourself to respond to it a certain way. So one of the reasons that we think speech is violent is because we have a culture in which we're so quick to take offense and claim injury.
I mean, that could certainly be the case. I think maybe the reason why I'm here is I'm sort of a historian by trade. So I sort of look at the effects of historical processes, things like discrimination or racist language and how that affects people. So I think maybe I'm just seeing this question in a little bit of a different way. And so
I just know more about the history of racism. So for me, I can see things that you guys, I don't blame you for not being able to get it, but I just see it from a different way. So
I am a little hesitant to go on strongly disagree because I'm sort of thinking of the effect of words on people, even though it's not six or stones may break your bones. I'm trying to work through sort of
break with your bones or break your bones.
Health effects that can still occur. So I think what you said could be true, but I think that there's also other ways of saying that.
So I'm going to argue against my own point, if that's okay. So I'm just trying to think.
Again, that is, damn it, I'm getting better. I need you guys. Whenever I start with the word again, just everybody flood the chat with again and make it in the lowercase, uppercase, like the SpongeBob, so that I can stop saying again. But again, the notion of being able to argue against your own point and take the opposite position and to play devil's advocate, the ability to do that is not something most people can do. The ability to do that is something that comes from an understanding of all sides of the issue, a confidence in what you believe and where you stand on that issue. Because without that, then you wouldn't know how to argue against your own point. So another thing that I'm trying to determine is, in terms of political spectrum, where does this guy fall? And he's doing a very good job of just making it about the prompt, making it about the question, and making it about the students, and not making it about him. Very good job. I like it.
Trying to think. I was just in Budapest, and it's very moving. I went to the Jewish Holocaust Memorial, and I heard some I'm not even repeat the stories I heard, but I was thinking if you had a system in which it was literally, I know everybody loves to throw around the word system type. I mean, it was actually a system. Then the constant verbal abuse from people, I don't know why I'm telling you. I should be telling you this. Then wouldn't the constant verbal abuse that people suffered, it doesn't have to be Jews, it could be literally anybody, couldn't that be, if you stretch the semantic range of violence just a teeny bit, couldn't that be considered to be physical enough so that you would move to the disagree?
No, I mean, first of all, I think I object to the idea of stretching the semantics of violence. I mean, that's kind of
there you go.
Definitions. I think if you want to use a def like
that, that was a good one. That was good. Let's run that back, my boy. All right, dude took the lead. Dude took the lead. We had the I'm not weird kid who was in the lead, but now this guy is the number one. Let's listen to that again.
You consider to be physical enough so that you would move to the disagree?
No, I mean, first of all, I think I object to the idea of stretching the semantics of violence. I mean, that's kind of part of definitions. I think if you
I refuse to, or I don't know, I reject the notion of stretching the semantics of violence. That is the point of definitions. How often do you hear me say words have meaning? How often do you hear me talk about semantic obfuscation? My boy over here. That's the point of definitions.
If you want to use a wider definition, then yeah, but I'm just not offering a definition. I think under the definition I'm operating under, speech cannot be violence.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Speech cannot be violence.
So so it's a definitional thing then. Speech cannot be violence by definition.
Well, I think that the funny thing is that I actually agree with a lot of the things that they're both saying, but the policy.
But I just can't possibly stand to say that I'm wrong about anything. No, I'm not being fair, but you know,
the implications that probably arise from all of our opinions would probably be very similar.
Can I pause you? So you basically agree with?
In some ways, but in other ways, I think that the speech that people have and speech that people give have a lot more power than they're giving them credit for.
What? Was that a sentence? Let's try that again.
In some ways, but in other ways, I think that the speech that people has.
The speech that people has.
The speech that people have and speech that people.
The speech that people have and the speech that people give
have a lot more power than
they're
giving them credit for. And
what the fuck does that mean? I'm gonna try that one more time.
In some ways, but in other ways, I think.
Or actually, I'm gonna go and slow it down. Let's go 7.5. I really want to get this.
That the speech that people has, the speech that people have, and speech that people give have a lot.
So I think she means this speech, people's speech, the speech that people use.
A lot more power than they're giving them credit for.
There's a lot more. I mean, I guess I agree with that. I guess I agree with the notion that people are flippant in the way that they use words. And, they'll throw around racist and Nazi and homophobic and this and that and white supremacy. They'll throw around all of these words. So, I mean, took us a while to get there because of the way she said it, but I agree.
And I particularly took issue with this idea that you could somehow block yourself from speech, but you can't block yourself from violence. It's almost like saying, what if I went everywhere wearing a bulletproof vest and then somebody shot me? Well, everybody not wearing a bulletproof vest somehow is.
She said bulletproof breast. Got him.
Fault for them dying when they're shot. I just feel like, or the example of shouting into an empty room. What if I stab into empty space? It wouldn't hurt anybody because nobody.
Right.
Is there, but that's not the point of speech. Just that's not the point of stabbing. The point of speech is to influence people, and if you're influencing people towards violence, then that's sort of violence.
It's sort of violence, but it's not.
So the point of isn't the point of speech what someone wants it to be?
Exactly, but some speech is meant to incite violence. So I guess it depends on the speech. Honestly.
So again, if it's meant to incite a thing, if we have this causes that, then this and that are different things. They cannot be the same thing. Give me any example of a thing, call it X, causes Y, and X and Y are the same thing. I don't think that's logistically, practically possible. Could be wrong, but it would have to be, I don't know, some quantum bullshit.
The example of professor talking in a university, I think that's completely fine because universities are meant to learn and they're meant to.
What if they're talking about something that people consider deeply offensive?
I think that's still okay because it's the place that people are in. They're putting themselves into a situation where they want to learn and where this is a space where people want to share ideas. But the problem with speech is that you can't always control when and where people do it.
Right.
So yeah. So if I was shouted at while walking in the street after repeatedly telling people to stop, this would be very different than me going to a lecture and hearing somebody say something offensive. These are just completely different examples.
So Indian Film says the point of speech is to communicate with people, not necessarily influence people. I think that's her major downfall. Yeah, it sounds like she's talking about speech in a very and I don't blame her for, we're obviously talking about politics and civics and the way society works and all that, but you're right, she's definitely thinking of it in a specific context, and that's blocking her ability to see it in other contexts.
Okay, I think so you understand their positions?
Yeah.
You understand both of their positions?
Yeah.
You just disagree, but you understand. You understand that. Okay. And you understand that one and that one? Okay, real quick. Is there anything that would cause you to move off the line?
This is my favorite part of what he does. I don't even necessarily like the question. I don't like the question because if people will ask, what would convince you that Christianity is real or something? And I don't necessarily like that question because if I knew what that was, then it would be a thing and it would be there. And so I would believe in Christianity. I mean, even in that context, I could, if I saw, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it would take. But it is a good line of questioning when you're exploring things. So let's see how he uses that question.
I don't think so.
And I think your answer is going to be no, because for you, it's strictly definitional.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily definitional. I think for me, it's, for example, in the example you mentioned for the memorial, it wasn't the speech that caused the harm; it's the speech causing people to do the action that caused the harm.
Right, but
that's sort of removal.
Right, and I was thinking in that question, so I was thinking in that question, like how horrible it would be to live, because I actually heard the stories from people. Yeah. Like how horrible it would be to live in that situation where people are like hating on your client. Like I think it's a nightmare. But the question is, I was just trying to find an argument in my head for a context, because you're talking about context, historical context, for when it could be so, again, I'm not using the word systemic capriciously, I'm using it very specifically in this case. Like institutional laws, not laws we had from the books 50 years ago. That would be so heinous that it could a reasonable person consider that an act of violence?
Yeah, I would just simply respond that people say those same kinds of words today, just they don't cause violence. People, you even go on weird dark web chat rooms and find people saying stuff just as vitriolic as Hitler said, but nobody obeys them. And I think the violent part of that is people's reaction to the speech. It's what people do because of the speech, not the speech itself.
Okay, cool. All right, questions. We got 3 questions. 1, 2, and everybody runs for the third.
All right.
That's the attitude. Good.
So I like this whole setup, because the last time it wasn't this structured. It was, what do you think? And it was just kind of, just street interviews. This is a lot more controlled, and it makes it easier to contextualize what is going on. So the fact that we got questions from other students, very interested to see where this goes.
3 questions, and then and please say who the question is for.
I guess maybe for you two, but you can also answer because this is also general definitional. By definition, abuse is violence. So is verbal abuse violence or not?
No.
I would argue that physical abuse is by definition violence.
There you go.
Abuse. I would say that verbal abuse is not by definition violence. No.
So we should really basically just not call verbal abuse because by definition.
No, we just shouldn't call verbal abuse violence. We can call verbal abuse verbal abuse. Why are you trying? This is what I mean. You're trying to make it more difficult than it needs to be. Violence is violence. Silence is silence. Speech is speech. And verbal abuse, can you guess? Is verbal abuse.
Abuse by itself is an act of harm or violence towards another person.
I think it can be an act it can be an act that causes harm, but I don't think it's violent. I think if you're defining abuse that way, if you're defining abuse as violence, I wouldn't define abuse as violent. I would define.
No, she's defining violence as harm. And he was the one who said that there is an aspect to harm. And I don't disagree. But that doesn't mean that everything that is harmful is inherently violent. This is why these words matter. And it matters to be able to differentiate. Like, okay, this you're a little off, but you need to be able to do that. Look at that again and see if you're able to understand what she was actually asking or what she was trying to say.
I think it can be an act it can be an act that causes harm, but I don't think it's violent. I think if you're defining abuse that way, if you're defining abuse as violence, I wouldn't define abuse as violent. I would define abuse differently. But,
as abusive.
It's really, I think, at that point, it becomes an issue with the definition of abuse.
All right. Please say your questions for.
Everybody. Seems to me this question was worded really badly, and you didn't get to the real point of this question, which is
I feel like, did we not see this guy in another video? Maybe I saw him somewhere else, but Okay. Which is ought the
concept of violence extend only to physical pain, as James claims, or ought it also extend to certain level of mental abuse, as sorry, I'm forgetting your name, the previous person said. But I think
no.
That is the question of.
What's your question?
My question is, what is your opinion on the actual meat of this, which is should violence as a concept, or are we?
Notice how he walked up so confidently. You guys are missing it. I've got the meat. You guys are missing the point, but I got it. And then should we write your question down, dude? Write your question down.
By using violence as a concept to only apply to physical violence, misconstruing as a.
Listen to that sentence. By using violence to only refer to violence. Sounds good to me.
Society, that physical violence is in some way more harmful than verbal violence because
it is. You can have terrible verbal, well, he said verbal violence. I don't believe that that's a thing. But you can have terrible verbal abuse. But, at least under, if we're talking about laws, certainly the damages are more relevant to violence, actual violence, because there are very few scenarios where you are subject, certainly as an adult, where you are subject to someone else's speech when you don't want to hear it. What's a situation where you are forced to take the harm from what somebody's saying to you? You can leave. You can not talk to that person. If it's a boss, you can quit that job. I'm not saying that's ideal, but that's what separates it from being violence.
Synonymize harm with violence.
Synonymize.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I tried to answer that question. Maybe I didn't. But I think the distinction I was trying to make is I do agree in some ways. I'm going to distinguish this further.
Where did everybody go?
I do think that speech can cause violence, both in the punching, violence can both involve sort of the punching, the physical action, but it can also be caused by saying racial slurs, offensive speech. But I also think that I'm hesitant to say speech in general is violence, because I think there's different venues that offensive speech can come up in. There's very specific things that the Supreme Court has ruled on as what is protected speech, what is free speech, and so I tend to be a little bit more hesitant to say generally, speech is violence.
Okay, cool, thanks.
So I have a question for Raya. You were saying that you were using that example of somebody ordering someone else to murder someone. And you were saying that that specific instance of speech could be considered as violence because obviously our legal system probably say this person is partially guilty. But I think actually our legal system would be a bit more precise maybe than to say this speech is violence. I think our legal system could just say, okay, this speech is perpetuated violence, it has led to violence, but it is not violence. And so I know this is purely a definitional thing, but I was wondering what would compel you to.
How funny is it? You can hear the accent. You can clearly see that English is not this guy's first language. Yet he, other than Peter, he has been the most articulate and poignant person so far.
To move a bit further in this direction and say
I should give you the mic.
Yeah.
And
this
just say
doing
that
the damn thing.
That this definition is maybe useful because it's more precise.
Okay, good question.
Yeah, I mean, if we change the definition of violence to be solely something like the final act, like a final contributing act, then I think I would move to neutral as well. But I also sort of buy Jess's argument about racial slurs and the mental abuse that comes from that. So that would sort of keep me from moving too far that way, almost ironically.
But what he said could cause you to move to the neutral.
Yeah, I mean, if we made our definition of violence tight enough and specific enough, then I would move. I mean, I don't think my opinion would change.
We already
My
did.
physical location.
We did. By defining violence as violence, it's already done. It's already done. You're creating confusion. You're creating complexity where there needs not be any.
Interesting. All right. Oh, well, last one. Thank you. Great question.
Quick
You're going to have
question
the
for
mic next
James.
time.
So essentially, if somebody says something to me that triggers an automatic, uncontrollable vagal response, which would cause things like physical muscle pain.
A vagal? I don't know what vagal means. What the fuck does vagal means? Vagal. Vagus nerve, also known as, oh, it's a vagina thing. Oh, no, it said vaginal. I thought it said vaginal. The vagus nerve, also known as the vagal nerves, are the main nerves of your parasympathetic nervous system. System that controls specific body functions such as your digestion, heart rate, and immune system. These functions are involuntary, meaning you can't consciously control them. So it also says the vagal effect. The vasovagal syncope occurs when you faint because your body overreacts to certain triggers. Oh my God! This whole thing is about getting triggered. No wonder why I didn't know what it meant. So the vagal effect, or vasovagal syncope, occurs when you faint because your body overreacts to certain triggers, such as the sight of blood or extreme emotional distress. Wow. All right, so let's go back and see what exactly she was saying.
Great. Oh, well, last one. Thank you. Great question.
Quick
You're going to have the
question for
mic next
James.
time.
So essentially, if somebody says something to me that triggers an automatic, uncontrollable vagal response, which would cause things like physical muscle pain, nausea, vomiting, so uncontrollable physical harm, isn't that speech causing me physical violence? If it triggers an uncontrollable human response.
Yeah, if there's some sort of like magic word that causes like instant death, yeah, then I guess the word would.
Nope. I am sorry. But if you have epilepsy, then a flashing video that creates a, causes you to have a seizure, that is not violence. It's just not. That is not violence. That's what they were talking about. And they're trying to equate something like epilepsy, where you don't have a choice as to how the stimuli, how you react to it. But that's not the case with speech. You have the ability to grow a sack and not get triggered. The notion that you think that those are the same thing. I mean, she didn't say they're the same thing. That would be a straw man fallacy. But the notion that those are similar, or even to take it, you see blood and you just faint. That's not violence. Violence has to have some sort of malice, in my opinion. Let's see, what is the actual Google whoever definitions say? Sure, it's gonna be fucking woke and have some bullshit. The behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Works for me. So strength of emotion or strength of emotion or an unpleasant or destructive natural force. I was surprised by the violence of my feelings. No. Or the law definition, the unlawful exercise of physical force or intimidation by the exhibition of such force. So that doesn't fall in what we're talking about. Let's go back to the actual question. That is not.
Essentially, if somebody says something to me that triggers an automatic, uncontrollable vagal response, which would cause things like physical muscle pain, nausea, vomiting, so uncontrollable physical harm, isn't that speech causing me physical violence?
No, it's just causing you physical harm. There's a difference between harm and violence.
If it triggers an uncontrollable human response.
Yeah, if there's some sort of like magic word that causes like instant death, yeah, then I guess the word would.
Man, triggered!
The word would be causing violence, certainly. I don't think the word would be violence itself. The word is not violent. It's a word that causes a violent reaction.
I mean,
it causes a violent reaction, but violent in that sense means extreme. So if you have I don't have a good example, but the example that they used, how violently my feelings attacked me, that is a figure of speech. That's not invoking actual violence. But apparently it is now.
To say, so if the statement was speech is violent versus speech is violence,
right,
would that change where you stand?
The statement speech equals is violent, that speech equals violence, that isn't true, but speech can be violent.
Okay.
Maybe I think you can make the argument.
Yeah, I could see that.
I mean, if that's the case, you really should be under professional care.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's actually fairly common if somebody says something.
Is it though? Is it though? You definitely should be seeing a doctor if you are having physical harmful symptoms because of speech.
Like, you should go kill yourself, and it causes you to have an uncontrollable panic attack response. That's a fairly common.
Yeah, as he said, you should go see a doctor.
The issue I have with that is that if you said that to, say, like a random person or to another person or in an empty room, it wouldn't cause a reaction. I think if it's really if the impact of speech always depends on the person you're saying it to and sort of their own reaction to it, the impact of physical violence is pretty much independent of the reaction of the person.
Right. It is your responsibility. Your feelings are your responsibility. And so if you're in a situation where, let's say you're in a bad relationship and you're getting verbal abuse, it's still your responsibility to get out of that situation. Now, of course, if we're talking about kids and parents, that's a branch off of this where, we could say that the verbal abuse is super harmful. It's just not violence. I don't know why there needs to be this identification of violence. I mean, I do, because of how bombastic it is. But there's a desire to just say, okay, well, anything that I don't like, let's make it let's call it the worst thing possible. So that now I don't have to talk about, I don't have to even address the notion of having personal accountability, or I can just say, your words are violence. Your silence is violence. This is the semantic obfuscation in action. You are watching it right now.
I'm going to give her the last word and have a quick summary.
Well, actually, I wanted to throw the question back onto you because I actually raised this question because.
Oh, is this your question?
That you are I raised this claim because this is something that you have talked about in articles and has also been mentioned by other professors. So, if you want to answer it, what's your definition of violence?
I'm kicking you guys off.
He gave him the mic.
Go ahead. Do to me what I just did to everybody else.
So I'll count 5, 4. Hey. I mean, I don't have darkness, but I'm expecting some minimum standard here. Come on, you made it up. 4, 5, 3, 2, 1.
He said 4, 5.
Okay, that's an interesting choice. Why are you standing here?
Well, a couple of things. I agree with the fellow who's standing on this line.
Yeah.
James. I try not to use people's names because when the video goes out, it's probably anyway. James. I agree with James. I think
stop the cap. You didn't remember his name.
Definitional thing, and second of all, I think it is and weaponized to be political because I constantly hear all speech is violence, silence is violence, everything is violence, doing nothing is violence, and I think it is a kind of fast and play way to disingenuously use language.
But I mean, there is a point to be made that you could say there are certain things that have similar effects as violence, and maybe if they are so physiologically similar, we could actually construe them as being similar. We could put them in the same category.
Yes.
Yeah, and Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff have written about that in The Atlantic. It's a wonderful piece, and they further address that in The Coddling of the American Mind. Their arguments are far better than mine. So we got two issues here. One is the physiological response, and the other is how it's used practically. And so I just want to address the second one quickly. So if the idea is that speech is violence, so you could construct a syllogism. Speech is violence.
There you go. Anybody who even knows what a syllogism is, that's somebody that's a green flag. Not everybody who knows what a syllogism is going to be smart, but they're going to be smarter than the people who don't know what it is. And syllogism is just basically a quasi mathematical equation. We've talked about, if P equals Q and Q equals A, then P equals A. And you just, you can plug in whatever it is that you're talking about. And the logic, regardless of what it is, if it doesn't fit with that equation, then your argument is not sound. So a syllogism is, it's just an equation. It's a way of putting your thoughts and your argument, more specifically, in a organized manner. You have your premises. Premise 1, all cats have tails. Premise 2, Bucko is a cat. Conclusion, Bucko has a tail. Because all cats, and then you can use that logic and switch the variables and say, okay, all dogs have teeth. Fido is a dog. Conclusion, Fido's got teeth. So let's see what his syllogism is. So he says, I'm going to back it up.
If the idea is that speech is violence, so you could construct a syllogism. Speech is violence. We have to stop violence. Therefore, we have to stop speech. That's something I hear over and over again. Like we have to. There are certain things we just are not allowed to say. So under that rubric. And the second thing is, I'm not the. Can't somebody ask you about the magic? Is a magic word and make people grow anaphylactic shock or something? If that's the case, that's just an unreasonable expectation that we would have to silence ourselves because there are some members in the society who experience some kind of bizarre reaction to the word, a magic word that makes them raises their blood pressure.
So let's talk about an explicit example. A lot of you maybe we were just talking about the Holocaust. A lot of you may be aware that Germany has outlawed certain speech about the Holocaust and certain speech like Holocaust denial, for example. And this is not something that is in any way scientific mainstream. It's something that many people, at least in Europe, believe there is really no good reason to say. Right. And let's just suppose that there was research. I don't know if there is. There might.
I think the dude here is saying that in Germany they culturally have decided there's no reason to be talking about the fact that the Holocaust that didn't didn't happen. I'm trying to dance around the algorithm there, but that's the situation he is presenting.
Saying that hearing this speech for a certain group of people has the exact same violence, has the exact same effect as actual physiological violence.
Yeah.
If that research existed, would that compel you to go just a little bit further here?
No, because Christopher Hitchens argued very eloquently against this, and
shout out to Christopher Hitchens, one of the best argued atheists of our time, the late great Christopher Hitchens.
So
type of 1 if you don't know who Christopher Hitchens is. That could definitely be a interesting stream.
One of the reasons I think. So first of all, let me just state the obvious that you have to state every one of these conversations. Of course, the Holocaust happened. Of course, millions of people were murdered by the Nazis. Okay, so that's the given. So the question then becomes, should we allow people's speech to deny that happened? My answer is yes, and I'll give you a simple example of this. So there are many Holocaust deniers like David Irving who have given specific examples of things of why he did not believe Holocaust exists. So, for example, he said that if the Holocaust happened, you have to hold a little closer here. No, you're the boss now. Mm-hmm. If the Holocaust happened, then why are the locks on Treblinka, which was a concentration camp, why do the doors not close? Now, my friend Michael Shermer from the Skeptic Society actually flew down to Treblinka. He did. I mean, he wrote about it in the Skeptic.
Michael Shermer, founder of Skeptic Magazine, also a great person to be referencing.
Skeptic Magazine, you can read those claims. If we don't allow people to make those claims, nobody will rebut them. They won't go away. They're going to fester. They're going to build. They're going to gain traction and audience. So banning that speech is simply not going to do what people think it's going to do, which is make the thing. So now we know. So now if someone says, well, why are there no doors? Why are there no locks in Treblinka? Why don't they work? Well, now you can read Sherman's article. I won't give away the show, but you can read it.
Does that happen in Europe? And what does that happen in Europe where such speech is actually outlawed? I mean, it sounds like you're coming up with a lot of theories here, but I don't see a bunch of people in, maybe I just don't know well enough, I don't see a bunch of people in mainstream European political newspapers claiming these things.
That's because it's illegal.
True. And then it worked, right?
No, because you don't know what the sentiment underlying it. If you have a society that's not free and open, there's no way to collect the data. So when you ask the people if they believe something, if it's illegal, you're never really going to know what people believe, because you're not a society in which people speak openly and honestly. It's actually, you know what it's like? It's like the contemporary university system. We've created a culture of pretending where everybody's lying about stuff.
Well, okay. Well, Europe isn't Soviet Russia. You can do opinion polls, and it's not illegal to say these things in opinion polls, for example. And opinion polls do not show that people believe that the Holocaust didn't happen.
Right. So I guess maybe now is, what would it take me to move? I'll help you a little bit. What would it take me to move to disagree?
Yeah, I can ask you. Of course. You're not going to get the mic back. You can ask it.
What would it take me to move to disagree? The best argument I heard here that would cause me to move would be there would have to be a cultural context, an overwhelming cultural context, which we do not have, in which there was an actual system in place that legally discriminated against people, and there was an overt sentiment such that people were called. It doesn't have to be race, height, or hair color, some kind of a slur to people that caused a kind of trauma in those people that affected their flourishing profoundly, and that doing so would reinforce the culture. Thomas Sowell talks about that a little bit, but that would be the general. That's what it would take.
Again, taking Thomas Sowell. So I mean, this seems to be more of him just kind of, giving his thoughts, which interesting enough. But we really want to listen to what the students have to say. So this was a really interesting question, and to see how they answer that, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that we've gotten to the point where we're arguing about this stuff. I mean, not that this was a huge argument, but they are arguing about it. They are disagreeing about it. Whether speech is violence. I don't know how to express how ridiculous that is to me, but it's definitely a weird one. But there's a bunch of other ones that I want to get to, including how many genders are there. But I'm a long stroke you. So the next one is tenting in public spaces. So this has to do with homelessness, and it's specifically about Portland, where you may or may not know that there is a huge homeless population that is growing rapidly. And of course, with any of these tent city type things, there's a lot of violence. There's a lot of actual violence, and there is there's violence, there's drugs, there's the mental health issues, there's sanitary issues. There's so much that goes on with homelessness, and so Portland ain't doing so great right now. So let's see what they got.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
So the claim, as you can see here, says tent camping in public spaces should be legal.
Go. Both on, one's on agree, one's on slightly agree. Oh, and you're on slightly disagree. Okay. Free to think of your main reason for being on that line.
Hey, we got Trey in the building, my number one panel member. Always loving when you're coming up. Thank you so much for joining us, bro. How are you? We are getting into some interesting street talking stuff here. They were just asked about tent camping in public places in Portland. Welcome, Trey. Welcome.
Try to make it concise as possible, like a tweet size. Really concise. Who wants to go first? Their main reason. Go ahead.
It's contextual, but it's a public space, and I think people should be allowed to do things that are not harming other people in a public space.
What I'm hearing you say is the reason tent camping should be in public spaces should be legal because people should be allowed to do anything in public spaces that doesn't harm anybody.
Yes.
So I'm not really sure I just got off work. Word up. Make that dough, bruh. I'm not really sure how. I mean, I know how I feel about this, but we shouldn't have to cater to undesirable stuff in public spaces. If the public doesn't like it, it doesn't belong to one person. It belongs to the public. And so if you're doing something on public grounds that the general public does not appreciate, then I don't know that it's wrong to say that you're not allowed to do something. Let's see.
That's fair?
Yes.
All right. Who goes next? I'll let you go.
I'll go. I would say specifically in the case of homelessness, the government does not provide enough other services to make pen camping in public spaces illegal. Essentially, it's taking away the only option for a home that houseless people have. And so
houseless people.
Making it illegal without providing other sources of housing and other services would be very unethical and unfair.
Unfairness, unethical. That's why it should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
As well as compassion for people struggling and compassion for people in a less fortunate situation than ourselves.
It's compassionate. If we didn't have it, it would be unfair and unethical. Right. What about you?
I think that creating an atmosphere where it's legal to camp in public spaces means that the government is saying that it's an acceptable just sort of standard social being that people should be sleeping on the street. I don't think it should be enforced. I don't think that cops should be kicking people out of public spaces, but I don't think it should be legal to have human beings living on the side of the street in a camp.
Yeah, I mean, we have very strict, I don't know, very strict, but definitely strict standards on what you need in order to have a building be hospitable. You know what I mean? To allow people to live in a certain space. There's definitely things that I'm not supporting necessarily. I'm just saying it is that there are laws that, it has to be this way. There can't be that. And being outside on the sidewalk, I don't know that would necessarily follow that.
Enforcement comes into this in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Can it be, how can it be both illegal and something to enforce? Is it like a social enforcement, or what do you mean?
I don't think that cops should be tasked with moving people out of the sidewalk, moving people off of public places if they don't have anywhere else to go.
Gotcha.
If they don't have anywhere else to go, they could, but then, so what? I get that sentiment. But then when you have a Skid Row, you just, what? All right, we are experiencing some technical difficulties. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but it should be very clear. Oh, come on. Why does this shit always fucking happen to me? It's the internet itself. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Help! Yeah, I'm on my phone right now. This is me on my phone, but like my computer is frozen and it won't load anything. Oh, Jesus. It seems to be loading. Like it's loading. It's just not doing the thing. This site can't be reached. Why? Why, oh, why, oh, why? Why does this shit have to happen to me? I just want to talk to my friends on the internet. Let's see if Wi-Fi will work. You know, usually I'm when I was using Wi-Fi, this shit would be like every 2 seconds it would cut out. So I went and you gotta be shitting me. I went and got the the Ethernet cord, connected all that shit. Okay, so now we're connected to Wi-Fi. Come on, baby. Why is this happening? I don't understand. Can I just go back to the regular StreamYard? Yeah, man. No internet. What do you mean, no internet? Connected and secured. What is happening? The modem is fine. Like, look at this shit. The modem is perfectly fine. It's hardwired into the fucking computer, and it says no internet. Fine, no internet. Great. Get rid of that. All right, so let me unplug this. Thank you for sticking with me, guys. Hang on. We gonna figure this out. We gonna figure it out. But if this is connected and secure, then why the fuck do you care about that? Hold on. Struggle streaming. Let's try that. Okay, so now we're only connected through the Wi-Fi. Okay, there we go. Hey. Okay, and we're back in action. So, all right, let me just get this back up. Fuck, man. That is a fucking bummer. I hate when that shit happens. And just let me know if you cannot hear the audio. I'm going to back this up a little bit. Basically, he was just saying how, I'm definitely not trying to do that. Well, I got everything open. He was just saying how, like police shouldn't be their job to tell people they can't be on public ground. So let's back that up a little bit. Let's see if I can get my internet doing what we wanted to do.
All right. Maybe how can it be both illegal and something to enforce? Is it like a social enforcement, or what do you mean?
I don't think that cops should be tasked with moving people out of the sidewalk, moving people off of public places if they don't have anywhere else to go.
Well, the fact that they have nowhere else to go really can't have anything to do with whether. Oh my God. Really shouldn't have anything to do with whether or not they can be moved.
Okay.
Decriminalized.
Okay. All right, I'm going to come back to you. You're slightly agree.
I don't know
what
what's
you
going
need to
on.
see or learn or find out to move you that way, to make you think you should be that way for this claim.
When she talked about the government not making separate services available, I would be in way more agree if the government would make. This is in the context of homelessness. If the government would.
All right, so I'm gonna pull an audible since I don't know how long the internet is gonna hold up. Let's go right to the main event, which is, of course, how many genders are there? Let's get into this, and if anything, worst case scenario, we will just go straight to the panel, which I can definitely do from my phone. Where did they come from? Were they born from an egg on the street? Yeah, exactly. Where did they come from? I mean, not having somewhere to go is not really a thing. Like, you can go somewhere else. You don't have to go to somewhere, but what do they say in the movies? You don't have to go home, folks, but you can't stay here. So main event, we're going all the way to PSU. I don't know where that is, but and the claim, there are only 2 genders. So let's see.
There are only 2 genders. 5, 4, 3. I told you it's a very complicated rule set. There are only there are only 2 genders. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, agree, disagree. Okay, I'm
So already this is shaping up to be good. We've got one on agree and one on disagree.
I'm coming to you first. There are only 2 genders. Tell us why you think that. What is your reason for that?
Well, this, like the other things we've discussed, it really depends on, we have to agree on a definition and a set of facts. We, as in the 2 sides opposing on the argument. And the way I've understood it my whole life, at least before I got to college, is that gender was a synonym for sex. You know,
I'm not going to put that up, no freedoms, but that is very tough. I'm sorry to hear that. We could definitely talk about that in the Discord. Unfortunately, that's not a very YouTube friendly conversation. But don't say that, man. We're here. We're partying. We're partying. We're making it better. Starting today and continuing. We're getting better, brother.
And so that's my view. I have a biological view of it more than a social view.
Okay, and when you got to college, they taught you something different.
Well, it's just, I mean, look, we had transgender students in high school, but it wasn't really the rule. It was the exception. It wasn't spoken about in terms of like a greater ideology. And then when I got to college, of course, you know, that changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are only 2 genders. You will agree, and I'm going to move this just a little bit, if that's okay, so we can see the disagree.
All right, here we go. This guy disagrees with the claim that there are only 2 genders.
You would disagree. Tell us why you disagree.
From the definitions I've read with gender, I think it's not the same as sex. Just a social versus biology.
Okay, so where did the definitions come from?
Oh, well, I'm well uneducated, but
like the dictionary or a gender studies book or
Google.
Okay, that's cool.
I guess we know where this one's going.
Cool.
And what a surprise. What a surprise that the guy with the woke position has no idea about anything. It's just like, well, you know, Google said.
But when you Google stuff, you get all different kinds of answers, though, no?
It depends. I mean, whenever it comes to definitions, you look up a word and you type in definition. And
there's the first one that comes, like a Webster's comes up?
Yeah, the type thing, yeah. And then, you know, you'll get like 1 through whatever number.
Yeah.
Different.
That is not research, friends. That is not research. I mean, technically it's research. But if you're going to go that far, at least click on a fucking webpage and read the webpage. Read an article.
Definitions, usages.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So, so you think there are more than 2 genders, or 1 gender, or?
Well, gender has more than 1 definition, and for discuss.
That was not the question. The claim was you disagree with the fact that there are 2 genders. So that means there's 0 genders. That means there's 1 gender. That means there's 3 genders, or 4, or 5, or anything other than 2. What how many definitions it has is not directly relevant. Or, you know, maybe I cut him off too quickly and he'll have a great answer that will shut me up. I doubt it. But No Freedom says, I can make a website saying dogs can fly and cats have declared World War VIII against humans. And this guy would believe it.
For question's sake, I choose to go with
the one that's more convenient for my argument. Semantic obfuscation. I'm going to define things the way I want to define them because I want to be right. I don't care about learning, teaching, getting to the truth. I care about being right. Semantic obfuscation.
Non-specific sexual way whenever it comes to gender.
Okay, so for you,
he's like, what?
How do you interpret this question? There are only 2 genders.
It's not a question.
There are 2 sexes. I think there are more than 2 genders.
Are sex and gender synonymous to you?
Depends on the definition of gender.
And what's yours?
It's your, yeah.
Definition of gender?
Yeah. Take your time. I'm putting you on the spot, so take your time.
Oh, thank you. All right. So
Putting you on the spot to know how many genders there are?
it's to me how you it's a personal thing where you kind of how you define yourself on a sexual level, like in a mentality of like the way that you view others on a sexual level as well. It's not quite so biological.
Okay. Does it come down to how you define yourself? Or is this the whole thing? Which okay, so yeah, that's the whole question. I think I don't want to misgender it, but he said he right? So whatever so he asked a good question. How do you define gender? Like, what is the definition of that to you?
I still view it as synonymous with the term sex, but I think more recently, I mean, you've literally seen the definitions change in the dictionary, like Merriam-Webster.
Because semantic obfuscation.
If you were to check some of the leading dictionaries 20 years
like race is the one that's changed.
Yeah. So at the
race, gender, sex, homophobia, white supremacy, the word literally changed. Literally used to mean literally. Now, which is the opposite of figuratively. Literally meant in the actuality of what we're talking about. So if I say I literally picked this up, I'm saying I'm not speaking figuratively. But they changed that definition. Something just plugged into my computer. Something's bugging out. I don't know. They changed that definition, and now literally means the opposite of literally. Leftists.
definitions are changing, it's really hard for us to even have a discussion on the topic. I view it as synonymous with sex, but I mean, obviously there are people that are, dysmorphic and they feel a different way. And I mean, ultimately people have to make choices for themselves and be responsible for themselves.
Okay.
Right. So Freedom says, and I'm going to go carefully because I don't think I can read this as it is. So can a man who has a dog gender, meaning he identifies as a dog, can he go around effing dogs? I mean, that seems more real than a man cutting off his dick to be a woman and vice versa. I don't know if it seems more real. It certainly seems equally as silly. Seems equally as silly to me. And I don't mean to offend anybody, but I'm talking about what is real and what is not. And they don't care about that. They just care about living their best life, living their truth. Whatever words accompany that, that's fine. Truth? What's that? Logic? Huh? Rationality? What you talking about, Willis?
Let me ask you a question. So let's say I'm thinking of someone specific, and I'm sure you could think of someone too. Let's say that someone was born a male. In other words, they have a penis and functioning testes, but they're just super effeminate, super like crazy effeminate. They love dresses. They're flamboyant in their mannerisms.
I want to make a Bill Burr joke, but I literally can't. What are you up?
What would you say there, in that sense, gender was still synonymous with sex?
From a biological standpoint, yes. From a social standpoint, no. Yeah, they're more.
What does that mean? What does that mean? When you say something like that, you have to follow it up with more of an explanation. Can't just be like, all right, well, can't just say things.
Or they're maybe more effeminate. From a biological standpoint, that doesn't change. Now, of course, there are surgeries that doesn't change chromosomes, but it changes the outward appearance.
Okay, so how do we know whether or not to interpret that question through the lens of sex or through the realm of gender or culture? Like, how do we know how to interpret that? Like, why did you choose to stand?
Great question.
And the agree. Good. No one's cheating. That's good.
Yeah, I chose based on my own definition, and a lot of people, especially now, more and more people seem to have the opposite definition. They have a social definition of gender. They've completely separated it, whereas I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to ask him that. So there are only two genders. Would you be willing to consider? It's 100% okay if you're not. Gender as synonymous with sex, like he said. Like
discussing on like just like
No, like if I'm born with a penis and functioning testes, then the gender and sex are identical in that case.
well, language is tricky.
Indeed. It is. Because to my understanding, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that's his argument. Is that your argument, basically?
That language is tricky, or that those
No.
two things are synonymous.
I agree with that too. We're arguing over language.
Yeah. So in other words, we're going to ask both of you guys. Hold on, we're not doing it in the game yet. You can come to the next round though. You can come. Oh, you can jump in. Okay. Well, hold on. I'm going to come back to you. Okay. So you want to jump in? Okay.
We got
So
the jumpers in the building.
you got to stand on the line. You can move anytime you want. Those are the only two rules now. You strongly agree there are only two genders? Are you a Portland State student?
Yes, I am.
Amazing. Okay. Tell us why you think that.
I just think, I mean, like you were just saying, I think gender and biological sex are synonymous.
That was it that he was saying that. I was just repeating what he was saying.
I guess I agree with that. Yeah.
Why?
I would just say, I guess that's
Because that's the way it is.
how we've always looked at it throughout all of history, and I feel like it's only recently where we've started to change the wording about it. So from my understanding is that gender has always been looked at from like the perspective of language. Like language can be gendered. For instance, in like Latin languages.
Right, like L and law.
Yeah.
Just watched the new Batman last night. There was a whole thing about that. It was a terrible movie, but I watched it. Okay, so for the only two genders, but so if you say it like that's the way you've always looked at it, but we've always looked at
Martha
things throughout all cultures, like slavery was acceptable cross-culturally until very recently. So you can't really give a historical argument for that, right? Or no?
I would say it's different because I think like gender, or I guess how I would like sex, biological sex is self-evident, which well, for instance, with slavery, they obviously saw it was self-evident that all people are created equal, right?
Okay. Okay. Are you buying any of those arguments?
So I don't know. I mean, I agree with the guy's conclusion that there are only two genders, of course. But I don't. I'm gonna actually run it back. I don't know if I agree with his notion of all people. I don't see the connection. Let's go back.
Historical argument for that, right? Or no?
I would say it's different because I think like gender, or I guess how I would like sex, biological sex is self-evident, which
So he said biological sex is self-evident, which I agree with. I think in general, you look and see what they got. Okay.
Well, for instance, with slavery, they obviously saw it was self-evident that all people are created equal, right?
So he said, obviously with slavery. I'm confused. Do you guys know what the hell he's saying? No Freedom says, my gender is Legos. I can pop off my head and be anyone I want. Sex is based off gender. Who the hell is that woman? She a creeper. She's trying to photobomb. But nice to meet you, Lego self. That's the annoying part. Is that even if you say this and really mean it, it's still, hey, No Freedoms. How are you doing, No Freedoms? The most insidious part about this is that pronouns are used for people who aren't there. People who are you are not talking to. So they not only want to, change everything about themselves, which is perfectly fine. They are, humans. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But they want you, by law, they want you to perpetuate their delusion. And if you don't automatically know that they're suffering from such delusion, then you're automatically a bigot.
Okay. Are you buying any of those arguments? Do any of those arguments convince you to move to slightly disagree?
No.
What argument
I wasn't listening.
would you have to hear to move you to slightly disagree?
So again, remember, I don't like that question in terms of having a direct answer, but I think it's good for conversation. I think asking about what it would take to change your mind. You likely don't know, but it does make for good conversation. Indie Film says biological sex is so fundamental that it cannot be broken down any further than XXXY. It's along the lines of you need air to breathe, fire's hot, etc. Yeah, I agree. And a lot of the people who try to represent the other side will use exceptions to make a new rule. Because there are people who are not XX and XY. There's people who are, I mean, I don't know how that works, but you know, they'll always talk about the intersex people. Okay, sure. There's a couple thousand of those around. Does that really change the whole language? Does that really change the notion of what we're talking about? Not at all. Phil says, well, until I see a research paper saying we need air to breathe, I won't believe it. All right, Anna Rude.
What piece of evidence, what reasoning would you have to hear to change your opinion?
Oh, for a whole lot of people to come to an agreement on the definition of the same word.
So it depends on what other people think. It has nothing to do with what you believe, because you don't have any beliefs here. You don't have anything to stand on. And we get back to the same issue that we always find ourselves in when we have a situation like this. Somebody is just not thinking about this. And they're just relegating their critical thinking to other people, and whatever they're told, they swallow it whole. Well, just like, you know, if everybody said it was different, then I would say it was different. I mean, did your parents not ask you when you were a kid, if all your friends were to jump off a bridge, would you do it too? This is a grown man. This is a grown man. Said I would change my opinion if everybody else changed their opinion. That means it's not your opinion. It means you're an NPC with their opinion. It said, I feel like my new shirt is timely. Transitioning is cosplay. Change my mind. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good one. So, for those of you who don't know, Indie Film is the person who runs mysicktshirt.com. So, the perennial sponsor of the channel. Definitely go check out that new shirt. Transitioning is cosplay. Change my mind.
Be like, okay, these two words mean the same thing. Because you get gender and sex on paperwork. Different pieces of paperwork. One piece of paper will say what's your gender, another one will say what's your sex. And just like different people have different interpretations.
So are you buying the historical argument that this is the way it's been for, I don't know, I don't want to say thousands of years?
He better say yes. Because his whole thing before was that it's about what other people think. So if everybody has thought throughout history that there were two genders, what are you doing? What are you doing? Trey says there's only two genders. The fact that transgender people are literally changing from man to man to woman or woman to man. They're switching between the only two genders we have. So that's they're not changing from male to female. I mean, they're trying to argue that now. But most people, I think, most people on the left, most people who believe in this, support this, this whole thing, the gender bender thing, they would say that first of all, they're not changing from male to female. They're changing from man to woman, which is precisely the argument they're having here, is that, is gender directly tied to your biological sex, or is it something else? There's also non-binary people. We always talk about the zim, zer, z, z. These people, they're not only switching to the binary. There are people who are switching to. I just saw a TikTok today about frog self. How to use frog pronouns. Frog thinks frog self. What is it? I mean, maybe it was a troll, but the fact that I don't know for sure is scary. But it does fly in the face of what you're saying, is that if men only change to women and women only change to men, then there's only two. Fact is, women change into frogs. Women change into Zims. I mean, have you you've seen the list, right? I'm sure. List of what the fuck am I looking? Gender pronouns. I love how the next one lists of genders 2022 because we don't. It keeps yeah, see it started here, then here, then here. Now there's all of these. So let's pick a fun one. Let's pick this one. So that's not what I wanted to do. Open image in a new tab. There we go. So let's just do this. So the subject. So normal people would have she, her pronouns, or he, him pronouns. So there's non-binary people who use they, them, and then there's others like the z, zir, and z, zim. And so you're using the way that they want you to talk about them when they're not there. Let's say, Trey, you decided to be non-binary and you use Z and her. So if I'm talking to somebody, if I'm talking to you about just acknowledging that you have a bike, as in this the subject, I would just say, Trey, you have a bike. That's first and second pronouns. So either Trey has a bike or you have a bike. But then if I wanted to talk about you when you weren't there, I would say, hey, Freedoms, you know Trey, right? Trey would say, yeah, I know Trey. I would say, Z has a bike. I saw, or let's use this one. Z has a bike. I saw Zer riding the bike. Zer bike is red. The bike is Zer's. Z bought the bike Zerself. At no point with any of these am I talking to Trey. At all of these, it's talking about Trey. And the importance of that is that they want to control how you speak about them when they're not even there. Imagine if I said, you couldn't call me an asshole. You couldn't call me a sexist. You could, like, it doesn't work that way. You don't just get your own language. But yeah, it really does go that deep. So No Freedom says, no, we know how men with these and women with these saying they are between. I don't understand. And yeah, yep. Maybe parents are right. Exactly. All right. So yeah, let's see. He's saying, Peter's asking dude now, like, do you accept that notion of, why is this happening to me? Do you accept that notion that, if since historically we've always used the binary of two genders, is that enough? So I'm going to back up a little bit because we went down a little tangent.
What's your sex and sex on paperwork? Different pieces of paperwork. One piece of paper will say what's your gender, another one will say what's your sex, and just like different people have different interpretations.
So are you buying the historical argument that this is the way it's been for, I don't know, I don't want to say thousands of years, but certainly a long time?
No, because
tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years, if I'm not mistaken. Because even if the cave people were not talking about their gender, they certainly understood it, and they certainly. So, I was hoping you didn't read that other comment. My English college teacher would be ashamed of me. So, well, then fucking do better. There's not even 10 of us here. Take your time. I will read your comment. I will see it. Take an extra half a second. to just make sure that you're saying what you want to say. I don't get it, guys. I don't know why you're in such a rush. Like, when the channel's huge, the channel's going to be huge. When the channel's huge, yeah, you got to be in there. Otherwise, you got to get a super chat or I'm going to miss it. But right now, just take your goddamn time. It's more work to have to type an entirely different comment than to just do the comment right the first time. What are you talking about?
Language changes. Okay, now I'm going to ask you guys a question. I'm going to ask you guys, what would don't cheat? What would it take you to move from the agree to the slightly agree, or from the strongly agree to the agree? What evidence would you have to hear?
If we could agree on a set definition.
That's what he said.
I think so. I think like language is the problem, as with all of these hot button social issues.
Language is the problem. There's something that I say all the fucking time that kind of says that. Can't think. There's a phrase. It's like it's 2 words. It's a bunch of semantic obfuscation. It gets confusing because the leftists try to change the way we speak. Having people say, yes, there are 2 genders is just a way to filter out the people who will just go with whatever the narrative tells them to, and the people who can think for themselves. It is a tactic. It is a political tactic.
The definitions are changing. It's really hard to bridge the divide.
That's what he said. So for you, it's a language thing.
Yeah. I think if we were having this conversation 20 years ago, I might be right there. If we're having this conversation 20 years from now, and that ideology has sort of taken over, I might be over there. I mean, I would hope that I could, combat the prevailing ideology, but I mean, we're social creatures, and we tend to go along with others.
Okay. What would it take for
I
you
wish I could pervade this.
to move from strongly agree to agree?
I guess I kind of agree with him as well. Is that I just feel like there isn't a set definition.
Oh, you gonna take off? All right. Thank you appreciate your coming, hanging out.
You gonna leave? How you gonna leave in the middle of the conversation, bro?
So I feel like there isn't a set definition.
Now we just have 2 dudes who agree. That's not.
That it's always changing, or when people believe, I guess, on the other side of the argument, whenever they're asked a question about like how many genders are there, or like they would say like, in the bottom line it would be like, oh, there's infinite. You can pick whichever gender you want, which I just don't see as like clear. That's just.
So what would you have to hear? A reason, an evidence, a piece of an argument? Like, what would it take for you to move not all the way over there, just one line?
I guess if they told me how many genders specifically there were.
Hey. So that's why I like that question for this context. I like that question because it forces you to take on a little bit of responsibility in understanding the other side. If you're to understand what would change your mind, then you understand the specific aspects of the other side of the argument that you disagree with. Good job, Peter. Good job. Anyfilm said, 1936. I thought Hitler was a nut. By 1944, I was manning an oven in Poland. I think that we are living through a time where this sentiment will be able to be repeated very soon. In 1936, I thought Hitler was a nut. By 1944, I was manning an oven in Poland. Powerful.
And then which I don't think they can do, in my opinion. So I guess I can't think of anything that would change my opinion, I guess. But
if you got some friends.
Oh, you're giving me the finger? Hi. I'm standing in front of the social work building. I'm harming individuals by asking that question.
But is it violence? That's the question.
Well, you want to come down and have a conversation about it?
No!
Why you want to come down and have a conversation?
See, again, what did I say before? You're not allowed to ask questions, and you're not allowed to not know. You're not allowed to ask questions, but you're expected to know. This is cult behavior. This is not how rational human beings figure out how they feel about anything. This is cultish.
Oh.
I go to my class.
Okay, so what would it take for you?
We're all gonna come down and interrupt you. There is 4 minutes left in this video. Put a one or put a yes or no, Y or N. Do you think those people will actually come down and say anything, or are they just gonna yell from the roof? Yes or no? Are they gonna come down?
To move to the strongly agree.
Let's do this.
Like I said, if we could all agree, I just want to say like that's part of the problem of where people aren't talking, because if you talk about these hot button issues, especially with gender ideology, I mean, people think that you're discounting them as a person, that you're really harming people, and it's just no. We're talking. I don't have any problem with anybody.
They gave me the finger.
Yeah, they're gonna do that. That's the problem. They think you're harming them. They probably really believe that you're personally doing harm by talking about these things, which we're just talking.
They didn't want a conversation either.
Anybody says, wow, an elite literally, and not figuratively, literally, telling you to shut up from up on high. From upon high? Up on, is it up on? I thought it was up on high. Upon? Is that a word? I don't know. You're the writer. I'll take your word for it. Freedom says, WTF, so no one wants to talk about some dumb fucks on top of a building screaming about an interview several feet down. Who snitched and told them? So no one wants to talk to some dumb. I mean, they're out in front of a building. You could see them. What do you mean? Who told them? They just looked out the window. I mean, they're dumb, but they got eyes.
Positive, they know the truth.
Yeah, and that's.
I missed this. Let's go back a little bit.
They didn't want a conversation either, because they're positive, they know the truth.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. But we obviously don't know the truth because we can't agree. We have different views on definitions, and we can't. We're just having conversations.
Do you think I'm harming people by asking this question?
No, not at all.
Do you? So I'm just going to take.
I appreciate the laugh that accompanied that answer.
I'm going to. What did you think of that? Everybody giving me the finger and telling me I'm harming people. Do you feel harmed?
No, I do not at all. I think they're just shutting down conversation, which it's.
What's your major here?
Electrical engineering.
So you probably don't get a lot of that silliness.
No, not really.
You probably talk about electrical engineering in your electrical engineering classes.
Exactly.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Actually talking about practical things that will help you get your job that you paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go learn about. Imagine that. Indie Film says, I think he meant how do they hear the conversation. He's got a thingy here. Can we see? So let's just do this. If you can see, in the bottom here. Oh, God damn it. He's got a little prompt. So it's on a thing. That's I mean, I assume. Where are we? Okay. But yeah, taking that much effort to be like, well, we told him. I bet you they just did that, not because they actually care, but because there was other people that they wanted them to see them. I called out Peter Boghossian. I'm so amazing.
The math, I'm not very good at that. Okay, so real quick before, do you find that attitude common here?
I would say so. Yeah.
Does it bother you?
I guess, ironically, it makes me uncomfortable that them saying that. I guess it's harming people. Makes me feel like I can't give my opinion here on campus.
The projection. Don't we talk about that all the time, too? Leftists will say, you're doing this. It's like, wait a minute. No, we're not. But by saying so, you are. That was perfection. They're literally just having a conversation. and you, from up on high or upon high, whichever one it is, telling you to shut up because this is... And that action is what causes the harm. That is what causes the harm. Freedom, so how much you want to bet that some of the men are only there to get some? All the money in the world. That is what men do.
And you have to reevaluate. Sorry, you have to reevaluate what you're saying. Like, oh, am I actually harming somebody? And you have to sort of think like, oh, no, I'm just having a conversation. I'm not harming anybody. Yeah.
Wow. Oh, don't cheat, gonna lie. Okay, so from what he said and what you guys are saying, this is kind of a definitional thing, right? You would need a and you'd need to know what those categories were. Like, because someone would have to come and say, well, there's like, I don't know, demisexual or some other kind of like pan. I don't know. I don't even know what they would be myself, but.
Well, I know they have like, I don't know, I guess they have definitions for each one. What I'm saying is when they say there's an infinite amount, and then I don't know, when they say you can just like switch in between them whenever you want, like I just feel like that isn't clear at all. It's just more, I think it's just more confusion, in my opinion.
And if they were to provide that clarity, that would be helpful to you, as opposed to say what just happened.
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, thanks. I appreciate that. I'm sorry we were interrupted. But that's basically the exercise. The exercise is you take a claim, can be any claim on the board, you ask how confident you are, ask what it would take you to move. I think I agree with what he said. I think this is a complicated claim because like you, when what you said about sex and gender, I do think it's a complicated claim because it depends on how you define the word, and everybody's defining the word according to their own political little football.
Oh, and that's just a happy little accident, right?
So it's not like it's not like we're having a conversation about what the definition should be. It's like everybody's forwarding quite frankly, their deranged notions of what this should be. They're just trying to shove it down your throat. So, all right, cool. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yes.
All right. So there is one more video that I want to share with you guys, but in the meantime, the panel is open. I have dropped the link. So while we watch this one, I'm gonna wait for you guys and hope that you're gonna come up and talk to me about this stuff. Indian Film says this all started when Sticks and Stones was replaced by a Stop All Bullying movement. Yep. And it's not like I think we should allow children to be bullied, but it's a byproduct of other goings on, other norms that surround that situation. It's a very typical leftist idea to zone in on that. I don't like that, so we need to get rid of that. Bad thing. That's bad thing. No more bad thing. And that's the entirety of their argument. Some children need to be bullied. I don't know if some children need to be bullied, but I think children need to be able to navigate social encounters on their own until they get smarter. Well, no, I don't see that happening. I see us getting dumber. I don't think, because the word bully itself and being bullied, I think, has a very specific connotation. And I don't think it's ever appropriate. If it was appropriate, then it wouldn't be bullying. It would be something else. Much like with the speech being violence thing, it's not violence, and it can be harmful, but in the same way, it's not bullying. So I don't think that bullying is something that we should champion. But I also think that it's not people act like bullying is an issue in a vacuum. No, it's just a byproduct of the natural landscape of unequal people. People are not all the same. And so some people have social credit, social currency. And some people use that, and some people don't, but they get that social currency by being mean to others. There's a bunch of different stuff that goes along with it. But the point is, I think good point. Indian Film says you need bullying to learn how to ignore it. It's like lifting weights. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I think there needs to be conflict among children. I don't think that adults should sanitize the social experience of children. I think there's absolutely a point where you want adults, parents, teachers, whatever, to step in and make sure like somebody's not getting traumatized. But like just, kind of base level bullying is simply not that big of a deal. And this is coming from a 5'4", skinny, brown dude with immigrant parents. So I know. Trust me. So last video is from Dartmouth. Getting a little spicy here. My body, my choice for jabs and abortion. Interesting. Let's see what we got.
Quote, my body, my choice, unquote, should be consistent for vaccines and abortion. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move. Or you can stay on the neutral line. You can think. I'm going to give you another minute to think. Do you want to stay on the neutral line until you hear what other people have to say? Okay, so that's fine too. So you strongly agree with that claim. Tell us why.
Yeah, so I just think that ultimately people should have the right to decide what to do with their bodies. Pretty basic, I think, at least at this point in my life. And whether you decide to vaccinate yourself or to have an abortion should generally be up to you. Because you would be the person that would mostly be tasked and burdened with the repercussions of that. There's an argument about how vaccines are communal.
Let me know if you can't see the link. I don't know. It wasn't showing up before, and I just pinned it. But this should be wowing.
But if there's 1 in a million possibility of side effect and you're permanently crippled, that choice of risk versus benefit should be primarily with the individual. And in conversation with their community, but I don't think they should be necessarily forced to.
So people should. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So people should basically have the right to do what they want with their own bodies. Is that the?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go down to. I'm coming back to you in a second. So what do you think? You're on the.
Guys, is there any way we could get to 10 likes? We're wrapping up here. If I can get 10 likes, that's the number where I feel like if I get to 10, at least I'm doing my job. When I only see single digits, it makes me feel like I failed you guys. So if you're enjoying and you haven't hit the like button, please do so.
Strongly disagree line.
As the question is formulated there, yeah, I think we're talking about apples and oranges. Abortion is an individual's decision. That might involve a father as well, but primarily the woman's decision. While vaccines deal with infectious diseases, which are a community problem. So as far as abortion, sure, that's their.
So and all right, let's go a little bit before I jump in.
You're right. As a vaccine, if you decide against it, you're putting other people at risk besides yourself.
So he said that it's
so putting. You're not putting, a child at risk by,
my body, my choice across the board.
It's your body, but it's and your choice, but the consequences aren't limited just to you. With a vaccine,
but with abortion, they're not either because you're talking about another existence.
I think.
How have you never thought of that before? If that's your position, and I think he's on the strongly disagree. So if you strongly disagree with this, how do you not have a ready response to the notion that people believe that a fetus is a life and that there's harm being caused to that fetus, whether you believe it or not? How have you not thought about that before?
That's debatable at a certain point, yes, but
sure, it's debatable. So why don't you debate it?
The person who's involved makes a decision. If she has an abortion, it's not going to affect him or me or someone else. It affects the fetus, sure.
Okay. What are you in agreement with him? Because you're certainly not agreeing with them.
Right. Well, I agree with.
Of course, the lady.
Your conclusion. I would state the argument a little differently. I would say number 1, the burden on a person of getting a tiny jab in your arm is tiny, and the burden on a person to carry.
Is it
a pregnancy and give birth to a child you don't want is enormous, so they're not comparable. I would say the consequences of failing to vaccinate are to cause harm, including death, to people who are alive and who are sentient and who we all agree have value, whereas abortion.
When was this? This was from July. This July. So only barely, let's say, 2 months ago. We knew this. I expected this to be from 2020 or 2021. We know now. In case you haven't seen it, I will happily bring up this image and show everybody who needs to see it. From NPR. In case you haven't seen it, new COVID guidelines from the CDC focuses on individual decisions. Those exposed to the virus are no longer required to quarantine. I'm going to skip this one. It says students can stay in class after being exposed to the virus. And the last one is it's no longer recommended to screen those without symptoms. And the one I skipped, the granddaddy of them all. Unvaccinated people now have the same guidance as vaccinated people. It is the same. Hopefully I'm too small for them to care, but maybe I'll just get they'll give me a little fact check on the bottom, but I'm using their facts. This is from the CDC. So it's, and this is from August 11th. So that was a month and a few days after this recording. But we know now that, it is, she's not correct. She is not correct. The risks, there are risks involved, and the efficacy is not what it was, what it was told to be. That simple. Sorry, honey.
And causes harm to cause harm, including to people who are alive and who are sentient and who we all agree have value, whereas abortion causes harm to an embryo or a fetus, and we do not have a societal consensus that embryos and fetuses have enormous moral value.
So again, this is an again one, where because other people think this thing, then I'm allowed to think this thing. That's not your opinion. That's their opinion. You don't have an opinion. You're simply regurgitating someone else's opinion. No Freedom says, I was called a dumb fuck and an idiot. Then banned for a week. Then banned a week later after stating children under 2 should not wear a mask, and elderly people should not wear one. Copy paste CDC. I mean, okay. Well, I mean, hopefully, I said it already. We all, yeah. And did I miss this one? Ending the child is okay. Well, I guess the man and the child can go F themselves. Yep. So yeah, according to her, because not everybody agrees that a fetus has the same value as a person, then that's what she thinks. So if everybody decided that women were not equal under the law to men, then she would go along with that, right? That's her logic. We don't have a consensus, so.
Got it. Okay. So
you weak bitch.
We heard, you heard theirs.
Yes.
You heard his. I'm coming back to you now. What do you think?
I do appreciate a logical and consistent argument. So I do think that if we had to say my body, my choice, I do feel more passionately about women's issues. And so that's why I'm here.
There you go. That's fair. Like, hey, I don't really like the notion of people going around and not getting jabbed because I think people should, whatever you think. But when you say I feel very strongly about women's issues, and this is the same logic, then I would be inconsistent and hypocritical not to maintain the position of my body, my choice.
So how come you violated the rules? Come on, you go to Dartmouth, right on the line, right on the line. So how come you're not on the agree?
I just think I don't know enough about the topic, and I'm still
Fair
open
enough.
to being
All
swayed
right.
either way
Oh, well then why aren't you on the neutral?
because I still slightly agree.
Because you have, is it a moral impulse that you have that puts you there? Or is it a reasoned argument?
I think it was the way that I was brought up.
Okay. So so if you were brought up in a different household, you may be on the slightly disagree.
Yeah,
So the fact that you were brought up in the household that you are was primarily arbitrary.
sure.
Yep.
So the belief must be then arbitrary.
Yup.
Well, why not?
Because it's mine, and everything I think is just the best thing ever. And like, if I think it, it's right. And like, I just feel like it's a vibe.
I think that logic tracks.
Okay, tell me why.
She did not say that. She did not say, I don't think that logic tracks. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. That is the definition, the epitome of logic.
Because although I was brought up in a certain household, I've since like become my own person. I don't think
So you've chosen
I don't think
Right. So if you cannot have it both ways, is it because of what you were brought up with, or is it because of what you think? It's fair enough to say, hey, I don't really know where I stand on this issue. But I'm going to say slightly agree because I don't really know much. But according to my parents, according to my whatever, according to the little that I do know, I'm here. But I'm very willing to change because I don't know much. But that's not what she said. That's not what she said, is it?
I have to absorb everything
Okay.
that we were brought up with.
Okay, so you've heard their arguments. You've heard his arguments. What do you think?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
That's why we're all here tonight.
I definitely don't know enough about neither of the two subjects. And
Why are you up there?
I think it's really interesting that they're put together.
It's that's sad. That's sad. You think it's really interesting that they're put together. You can't see that bodily autonomy and medical bodily autonomy is the underlying theme between the two of them. Okay.
Yeah. Vaccine and the abortion arguments. For one part, I think that we should create a society in which human life
Oh, here we go. Now we're gonna change society.
is valued.
Mm-hmm.
And I also agree that individuals should have the liberty to choose some of their actions. But to the point that I just made about human life being valued, I do recognize that by choosing not to be vaccinated, you're putting other people at risk.
Are you though? As we've now seen, that is incorrect. And so, if you to believe that in July, to believe that at the beginning of July, maybe. But now we know that even though the syllogism, the logic may be internally consistent, that, these are different because the vaccine saves you from infecting other people. That's internally logical. But the premises are not true. That is what we call a valid argument, but it is not a sound argument. Valid means, does it, whatever equation you're using, whatever syllogism, does that track? A sound argument is much stronger because not only does it make sense, but the premises are true. So homeboy here, even though he's on, the neutral line, what he's saying tracks. It's illogical, but he's just wrong.
And then on the abortion side, I think that how to say this? Woman should we should have a society in which women can voluntarily choose. They could see that abortion is a viable option, but
a viable option. That's what you want women to think when they're out on the dating scene. That abortion is a viable option. Okay.
for example, I saw a video the other day of how in a business, the employee was paying.
He's gonna. I'm gonna try to talk over. I'm sure he's gonna say the R word. So
his workers $70,000 per week, like salary, and the birth rate increased like dramatically. So I think that if you create a society in which human life is welcomed, say alleviate poverty. Then,
what are you saying? What the fuck is he talking about? Am I the only one who doesn't know what he's talking about?
You know, women wouldn't see abortion as the only viable choice that they have.
Okay, so I'm paraphrasing, and I hope I've gotten this correctly. If I haven't, tell me. They're saying that there's a fundamental difference for vaccines and abortion. It's like in philosophy, it's a category mistake. It's a mixing categories. They're not the same thing. Is that basically correct? Basically. And he's saying
wrong. And again, that is logically consistent. That is a fair argument. It's just a wrong argument.
It's not a category mistake. They fall in the same category because it's someone's body. So what would it take to move you to slightly, like what argument could they make? I'm not saying they can make the argument, saying what could they say to move you to slightly disagree, and what could he say, or maybe even she say, to move you to slightly agree? What would they have to say to you? And then I'm going to ask them if they can tell you that.
Oh, okay.
Remember, guys, the panel is open. The link is pinned.
Yeah. So I think to agree more, it'd be if an argument is made of, say, will and liberty and you choosing your actions and the freedom to make choices.
You mean that if somehow he can show you that liberty is extraordinarily important,
yeah, then
more important than public safety?
How do you? I didn't know. I mean, I guess I did know that. That's. I mean, the dichotomy of safety and liberty is as old as time. They are antithetical. The more liberty you have, the less safe you are. The more safe you are, the less liberty you have. We've known that. And we accept a very high level of unsafety in the name of liberty. But I guess over the past 3 years, we just decided, nah, I'd rather be safe. Just take all of the power. Just keep me safe. Oh, please, please, Daddy government, please keep me safe. I'm so scared.
That human actions, that you have the power to choose them, and you're responsible to make those choices, and be compelled to move.
Can you give him that argument?
Sure. Well, I think generally you want to live in a society, broadly speaking, where the individual can make the choice, because the alternative is a society where you always have to make the choice that either the state wants you to make, or you have to think exactly as your community does. And I think that's more dangerous because then your interests are devalued and your existence, I think you're valuing human life less if you go to that extreme. Now, I'm not saying that necessarily this particular issue is on that line, but I think that moving away from this voluntary choice of vaccination and, for example, not treating the vaccinated if they're hospitalized is a very dangerous idea, because, you could extend that to obese people even, and you can say, oh, look, they may be.
So you're also...
This is somebody who has thought about this before. This thing took over our lives. It literally took over the world. And some people just didn't at any point feel it was necessary to think about it. Thank you. I mean, this guy wins. This guy wins. The other dude from the last one was cool, but this guy wins. Why? Because he has his points already able to be articulated. This is how you should be able to approach everything. Everything. Now, obviously, you can't know everything about everything. That's not reasonable. But you should be very clear on the things that you can do, the things that you do know, the things that you care about, and things that, that's not really as important to me. So I haven't spent that much time thinking about it. That's totally fair too. That's totally fair. So let's bring in one of my favorite guests, my boy, Indie Film. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm sorry, I wasn't ready. I thought you were talking about Trey.
Oh, Trey's not. It's just me and you. You want?
That you were bringing him on because he's your favorite. You said that
You guys are
earlier,
both my
and
favorite.
I was hurt. but you know.
Well, here you are.
Hey, what do you want to talk about?
All of this stuff, man. What do you think about this this guy Peter Boghossian? What do you think of his what he's doing? What do you think about these questions? What do you think about these answers? Anything that we've been watching? What do you think?
Yeah, I think I've seen him before, or at least his style before. And I'm pretty sure it was his style, him doing it. I think he's developed it in a way to try to break through that wall of I'm going to stand upon the rooftop and shout down upon the plebes,
Yep.
and not listen to any other argument. I think he's tries to develop it to just get people to sway a little bit. I don't know. I haven't really been able to pay attention enough, but has he had people start off on one side and switch to the other?
Yeah, I've seen. I haven't watched too much of his stuff. I didn't want to be, too familiar with the content.
Stuff, has he?
What's that?
On tonight's? The stuff
No,
you brought up
tonight we didn't see anybody change. We only watched 3 videos, but we didn't see anybody change tonight. But I have seen people, I'm like, okay, they tangle with the information, and I think that's a good aspect of setting it up like this, where it's not, Peter Boghossian knows this, and are you disagreeing with him, or it's just about your own opinion, and then all of the students, then they can play off each other, and I think that works really well.
Yeah, I think it's. I think the problem, he does this mainly on campuses, right, or with college kids.
Yep.
Is that true? Yeah. So, I think by the time they're in college and especially if they've taken the one ideology, the message, they don't hear. I mean, I have literally. I had a professor. He was a biology professor, university level, and we were talking about Hillary Clinton. I know I'm off track a little bit, but this is just about the mindset. Hillary Clinton said, "What does it matter about those guys in Benghazi? It's over. It doesn't matter now." And he said, "She never said that." I said, "Hold on," and I got the video out. He literally turned away from the video.
I've heard
this
people
guy's a
doing
university professor. Literally turned away, and it's like they're a lost cause. Now he's older, but he's a professor. He's been living on the government tit, his whole life, so maybe that has something to do with it. But it just after their sophomore year or something, in their third year of gender studies, I think they're lost causes unless something crazy happens. I
think
big moment.
From the time when I was in college. Like I said, I graduated 2012. I don't remember where I saw it, but somebody said 2013 was a clear difference. Just lucky, I guess. But what was I going to say? The notion of coming to this place of higher education and it being an actual safe space, not a safe space, like a safe space to question things. I remember, I've told this story many times about how, I was brought up religious. And then I remember even my freshman year of college, first semester, when we were still using AOL Instant Messenger, I had Bible verses in my away messages. So I definitely was gung-ho about it. And it only took the rest of that semester before I was identifying myself as an atheist. And I don't know that I'm not sure, but I think I don't know what it is, but that notion of that's what I was gonna say. In one of my later in maybe like my sophomore or junior year, I took a class psychology of law. Like I was a psychology student, and it was crazy to see how naive some of these kids were when it comes to how the legal system works and whether or not people are treated fairly and how the cops can do this, that, whatever, and just all that stuff. They had no idea that it wasn't just like, oh, wait a minute, if you don't do bad things you won't get arrested. It's like, yo, what? This is what you think of the world? And even then it was like, how are you going to close that gap even in 4 years? I don't know what the point of college is anymore.
I'm trying to remember back when I went. This was right before the Gulf War, or a year or two, and then leading up, and then the Gulf War, the first Operation Freedom or whatever the hell it was called in '91. And that really,
when was the Gulf War?
yeah, the original Gulf War in '91, where Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, and so the United Nations decided that that was no good, and basically the United States fronted, I don't know, like 9 other countries to go in there and get him out. So, but I'm trying to think back. That really was telling on who was on what side. So it
How
was
so?
George H.W. Bush was president. And up to that point, I mean, Reagan was president. People don't like Reagan, blah, blah, blah. But all of a sudden it was like, all the Republicans are evil and all this stuff. And there was hippies on, I think part of it was they thought there was going to be a draft or something coming back. So, which was what the left was saying. Oh, there's going to be a draft. And so all the people of draft age in college were super anti-war, which is the same thing that happened during Vietnam. All those protests were they were all college kids that didn't want to go to war, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to go to Vietnam either. But when Nixon got rid of the draft, all those protests against the war stopped. The war was still going on. So anyway, I don't know how I got here. So
that shows you just how. I mean, I think selfish is a strong word. I think there's reason to not want to be drafted, but it shows how self-interested people truly are.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's a bad thing.
So what got me here? No, yeah, people should be. I mean, libertarian and self-interest should be the number one thing, but they were wrapping it in. They're against the war when really it was just they were against them being in the war. They weren't against their neighbors being in the war. They weren't against killing the Viet Cong. They were against them killing the Viet Cong.
Yep.
So, but what I was trying to get to was like critical thinking is what I thought college was supposed to be about. You learn to think and you learn to question things. And obviously now that's not a thing. You just do whatever the professor tells you and you get your grade and you get indoctrinated or whatever. So yeah, but I feel like when I was in college in 90, 89, 90, 88, I'm trying to think if I had any classes that were really about critical thinking. And I don't think I did. I think I got what I hope I have now, or critical thinking skills, or to think, to question things. I think I got that from my high school, which was a Catholic high school, was an all-boys school when I started there. And it was run by a bunch of brothers who were super highly educated. I mean, that's one thing about Catholic teachers is generally they're very highly educated. I mean, they go to Rome and they spend a lot of time learning things. And I think learning
what,
to
though?
think.
Learning about the religion.
That. Yeah, but I mean, I had nuns that were chemistry teachers and nuns that were English teachers.
Right, but you're saying they're going and getting experience. But with your chemistry teachers that were nuns, were they
No,
actually going to do
well, yeah,
field work
yeah, they
in
weren't.
chemistry?
They didn't learn chemistry and then become a nun. They became a nun and studied chemistry as well as religion.
Interesting.
I mean, the religious of back in the day were, I mean, that's why a lot of those schools, like the Catholic high schools, the Catholic grade schools, I had, I had some great lay teachers in grade school. But they were, what else did they have to do besides get educated? you know, and it wasn't just reading the Bible all the time. They were, studying up on other stuff. I had a French teacher that was a nun. I had a priest that taught, I think he taught math, probably like algebra or something. I mean, there were some highly educated religious people back in the day, and I think now there's nobody. They're all dying off because nobody wants to get into it.
Because that's what I was gonna say. As No Freedom's is saying, like, oh shit, Catholic school. I will pray for you, dear sir. I hope you are okay. And was never well, and that's
Catholic schools like to get around a bully.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the notion that I know even as an atheist, I'm going to be more drawn to the message that a Catholic school is bad. But you get that from anybody. Most people who've gone to Catholic school are the least Catholic people and the most outspoken about Catholicism. It sounds like you didn't experience that
in your circle. I mean, no, I think my parents.
Well, remember my circle. My circle
was
all religious people. My circle was
and they're now not.
Well, no, I mean, I don't really have much of a circle at all now. But
no, but that original circle. You said that the people that went to Catholic school are now the least Catholic people,
right?
And I'm okay. I'm not Catholic or whatever, I don't know the last time I went to church. It was either for a funeral or a wedding. But that doesn't mean that a lot of people that I went to, I'd say it's 50-50 maybe, and I think a lot of them were not religious in their college days and then got married and had children and then kind of got back into it as a family. They use that religion is kind of like a help structure the family and get their kids involved, and and I know people that were like that were involved, but they were obviously not practicing Catholic. They go and help out at the church, the festivals and stuff, but the stuff they do, in privacy or whatever, doesn't really follow any religious
exactly. But even those who are really about it, it's that brings us back to the notion of how people will so easily just kind of make up their own version of their religion. And I think Catholicism in particular has a little bit more protection against that, for better or worse. But especially, you're more relaxed, like you're a Protestant, Methodist, whatever. It's just kind of like, doesn't really matter what you believe. Doesn't really matter if you think it's right or wrong or whatever. It's just kind of more about the values, and I don't think that's a bad thing, but the problem is, as I talk about so often, is that only the people who are going to the church get those values. And then when those people go out into the world, they can only talk about those values in the frame of religion instead of being able to talk about American values. Instead of being able to talk about, it doesn't matter what I believe in. I believe that we should do XYZ because it will lead to a better society. I think that's the part that's missing.
No? Have you read Ayn Rand? Like, or watch the movie The Fountainhead, or watch the movie the
No, I've been meaning to get into her. I've heard a lot about Ayn Rand, but what was the movie you just said? What was the movie you just said with about Ayn Rand?
So that was her. I think that Fountainhead. Fountain. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I saw my little thing. Okay, I was kind of losing you before too, but The Fountainhead. I think that was her first book.
Cool.
And I'm drawing a blank on the second one, but The Fountainhead kind of lays out her ideas. And she was in Russia when the Bolsheviks, I guess, took over. Her father had like a pharmacy, and the state took over the pharmacy, and her family fled to the United States, and or she fled to the United States. I don't know if her whole family came over, and that kind of built on her ideas of individualism.
She's a
And,
strong voice
was
in
fun.
like for libertarians, right? The libertarian.
Yeah, but I think I don't know that she would agree with everything libertarian, essentially. But
Well,
the fountain.
So real quick though, would it be accurate to say that in this, because I see a lot of libertarians talking about
Ayn Rand.
and I also hear a lot talking about Thomas Sowell, and those are both. I'm like, okay, I need to learn about these people. But it sounds like they're kind of in the same realm where they may not have been specifically libertarian, but their values are now being manifested in people who are more, whether it's from the Libertarian Party or just more lowercase libertarian in their thinking. Is that accurate?
Ayn Rand is and Ayn Rand. Now you got to remember, she was writing this stuff in like the 30s, and she was seeing the effect of communism on the individual, and she moved to the United States because it was the place the best suited then, maybe now, to be an individual, individual responsibility, and not be a slave to the state. So in other words, you couldn't be compelled to make a cake for somebody else if you didn't want to. And so The Fountainhead is a much shorter book, and it's also a movie that it's black and white. I mean, it might be the 50s, and I think maybe Gary Cooper or somebody big was in it, but the book is a lot more in depth. It goes into a lot more, what every book does, but it has themes, I think, in it that themes of like strong women that they couldn't have that in the movie, or they didn't really flesh out in the movie. So I would recommend that book because it's short. And for I cannot remember, I'm a terrible libertarian, the book that everybody loves about John Galt, and who is John Galt. And that's the big one. And that's I think it's like 1,000 pages or something.
Oh, wow.
And somebody got a low budget to make the movie of that book, and they cut it into 3, and it was so low budget that I think like the actors in the first movie weren't in the second one. The characters were played by different actors in basically all 3 movies. They couldn't keep the actors. And they try to do a good job of explaining the book, but what I would recommend is getting the audiobooks, and listening to the audiobooks.
I might have to do that.
I did for both, and then watch the movie. But start with The Fountainhead. You'll get through that a lot quicker. And it's about a guy that's an architect.
So this is something that people will always say, "Oh, read the book first." But like, if the book's better, don't I want to watch the movie, enjoy the movie, and then the book will be even better? If I read the book first, I'm not going to enjoy the movie.
No, I think you should. No, well, I think there might be themes in the movie that you don't quite catch. Have you ever read 2001: A Space Odyssey? Did you read that book?
No.
Have you seen the movie?
I'm familiar with what it is.
Okay.
I might have seen it when I was a kid, but
You can't watch that movie without reading the book, because even though it's
Wanna
directed by, yeah,
Stanley
you can,
Kubrick?
but yeah, even though it's directed by Stanley Kubrick, there's not enough explanation. I read the book and watched that movie with friends, and they were all going like, "What in the fuck is going on? I don't know what's going on." And I knew exactly what was going on because I read the book. I had all the context of everything, and for whatever reason, Kubrick could not get all of that into the movie, and so people would just get lost. But anyway, Fountainhead, Ayn Rand, that's a good start to get in Ayn Rand, and I still can't remember. I've been trying to remember the name of the other book,
Well, I'm sure.
which is the big book. It is a libertarian Bible, basically.
I'm gonna have to get into that. For instance, I don't read books anymore. I just listen to them at 2x speed. Same,
Well,
bro.
yeah.
I just
2x, no, maybe 1.5.
Oh, my podcast app goes to goes up to 3, so I listen to podcasts at 2.4x. YouTube only goes to 2. So
Are you doing a lot of coke to make that happen?
No, this is just that's look at this. This is what's up, Trey.
Hey, how you guys doing?
This is how I normally watch. This is what a normal, like, while I'm in bed hanging out low key. This is what my shit sounds like.
Whenever it comes to definitions, you look up a word and you type in definition. And
there's the first one that comes, like a Webster's comes up.
Yeah, the type thing. Yeah. And
This one's not even that.
1 through
this guy's just,
whatever number.
At your argument, basically,
that language is tricky, or that those two things are synonymous.
I agree with that too. We're arguing over language.
Yeah. So in other words, I'm going to ask both of you guys. Hold on, we're not going to do it in the game yet. You can come to the next round though. You can come. Oh, you can jump in. Okay.
That's normal for me. So Trey's in the building. What's going on, brother?
Oh, nothing much. Just, working for corporate America from 9:30 to 6. So I'm here. How we doing today?
Not too bad.
9:30 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Oh no. 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Oh,
I will never work overnight again.
That's rough.
Yep, been there.
Yeah. I used to work overnight at 7-Eleven when I was in college, and that is the wildest shift to ever work in a college town.
It's funny that No Freedom's bringing this up. He says, how do you talk? You talk well. You do things. Superman is good. You do things well. How do you talk so well? I watch Chuck's videos so much I can't talk correctly anymore. I have to act like a snail when talking. That is precisely what I do. I realized when I started that I was talking too fast and tripping over my words and whatever. So I had to consciously slow down, and it's easier. It's easier when I'm talking to you guys, when because you're just talking at normal speed. But especially if it's a video, like when we're watching a video that I've already watched at 2 times speed, it's just like, oh my god, this is so slow. Are they entertained? I don't know what's going on. But yeah, it's you get used to it. So Trey, what did you think about Mr. Peter Boghossian?
I like it. We call it instigating, which is kind of what he's doing, just a little bit. But I think it's best because it forces you to actually think about what you believe in. And is you
instigating though? I don't know that he is. I think just asking questions is very innocuous. I think it's
when I say that, because it got to, if just the video where we kind of were, it looked like those two were starting to talk directly to each other instead of to him. So just in that little section that was playing when you were showing it fast speed, when you sped ahead, it kind of looked like those two were starting to talk to each other instead of him.
Yeah,
so,
that was so that, I mean, just to whatever, but that's part of the appeal of at least what I see in his approach, is that he is not presenting his own opinions. He's using the varied opinions of the participants. Oh yeah, I forgot I could keep you guys small. Ooh yeah, that ego. He's using the fact that the participants are disagreeing to suss out the logic of either side. And most of these things, I mean, the two genders thing, there's only two genders, but a lot of these things, is speech violence, tenting in public places, my body, my choice, those types of things. I'm pretty strong on my opinion, but there's definitely a debate, a discussion to be had. And so I think what he does really well is present the questions that will get the person, let's say it's that dude. He'll use the right question to get him to say something that he can use to bounce back. And part of them, they're all having the discussion together. So definitely with them talking to each other, I think that is, that's part of what he wants.
Yeah,
people talking.
That's kind of what I meant, I guess, by my statement, was the fact that at that point, that's when is going to see, like, if you really believe in what you're saying. Because, like, even when we have discussions, we get to the point where it's not, I would never say heated, but you definitely can feel where it's like, okay, are we really going to stand on what we truly believe in?
Oh yeah.
Or,
we get heated here. We get heated here. We do the damn thing.
Oh yeah, like Monday, like, the fact that we were able to have that conversation, and the fact that we both, well, I can understand that you came more with statistics, so I can understand how you're like, yo, the statistics even back up what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So at some point it becomes like, do you believe in statistics or outliers, or do you believe in just your own ideology versus the common ideology? So it gets to what you actually believe in just by the easily way he asks the question. Is there two genders? Right. At that point, it allowed everybody to say what gender they felt, and then once he asked, why do you feel that? I scrunched up my face about 12 times just off certain answers. And it's like, whoa, that's how you got to that conclusion? So then when he asks how you get to your conclusion, it's like, oh shit, well, do I really believe in how do I got to my conclusion? So I like that style. The main reason why I gravitated to this channel is the fact that you have those type of conversations, and that we can actually have them and don't feel like truly patronized.
Absolutely. And if you guys missed the panel from what was it, Monday? I lose track of the days. It was Monday, right? It's Wednesday now? Whatever. The last stream. If you missed that panel, that was a really good one. Trey shared a lot of personal stuff that really allowed us to dig deep. And I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate you coming up here and bearing your soul for all of us to to judge pretty much. And you took it well, and it was really cool. That's exactly the type of thing that I'm trying to foster here. And just like Mr. Bogosian here, the idea is to get people more comfortable, A, with expressing their true opinion, and B, being better able to do so in the context of having other people around and fostering that conversation.
And and even then, I think it also it holds the mirror up to yourself. Like, just sitting on here and talking, it forces you to do your own self-reflections. Unless you're just a stubborn ass about the situation, then no. But if you're, I think, just a regular moderate person, or just a regular person in general, I think it will force you to, look at yourself too, like, okay, what made me get to this point? Because now I'm hearing his point, and his point makes sense. Or I'm hearing his point and it sounds stupid as hell. So what is it? Because it can go either way. Like, we both, like, think about it. When we start talking about religion, and there's certain things I say, you'll be like, but bro, come on now. And then when there's certain things you're talking about, I'm like, come on, bro. Like, it can't be that simple. Like, when it comes to red pill stuff, I'm convinced now, the more I watch your channel, the more I'm completely shut off from the world. Because a lot of this stuff, I don't actually truly pay attention to.
Like, you mean like the stuff that I present, you're like, what the fuck is this? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. And it's like, I see it. I know what it is. I at least know the subject. But it's like, oh, people, this is like real thoughts. And it's like, oh, I just thought these were just like wild people on Twitter just saying shit to be saying shit.
Yeah, but people be thinking about this shit.
Yeah, like, it's like, oh no, y'all actually believe in this in real life. And that's when I was like, oh, all right, dude. And it's interesting, like just the fact that, and the funny part about it, I've always equated transgender to sexuality.
Okay.
As weird as that is to say, I have no clue why. I guess because you mainly see men going to women, and then they still want to sleep with men. So I just put it as a sexuality thing. Like, here's my ignorant take, and I'm so sorry for this because this is just pure ignorance. When I was younger, I would say to about 21, transgenders were nothing but just super gays. Like, oh, you're so gay that you just might as well just want to be a bitch. Like, again, I apologize.
I ain't mad at it. I mean, I know a bunch of people would be, but I ain't mad at it.
But I'm just saying, like,
well, you're not wrong. I mean,
so that's why I equated it more to sexuality more than anything.
And that proves exactly the point that we were talking about all throughout. Is that when it comes to stuff like this, you are expected to know, but you're not allowed to ask. You're expected to know, but you're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Trey, you're not wrong. The T in LGBT was not transgender. It was transvestite. Men that dress like women.
And I remember that's what we used to say when I was younger.
Yeah, it's just
like that was a joke. That's a joke in our hood.
Yeah, are you even allowed to say tranny anymore? I'm talking about my car, guys.
Yo, I miss when just certain words was off limits. Like I miss when it was just the N-word in whatever white slur or whatever. I miss when it was just the key slurs that were off limits.
I miss when we didn't give a shit. Unless we're actually saying something that had the message of hate or whatever.
Well,
then
when I say
words were
that,
just words.
Like when I say that, a joke for us was always like if something was stupid, nah, that's gay. And now just that literal joke can get you canceled. So when I say like I miss when there were just like key words that was like, all right, your kind can't say this, your kind can't say this, your kind can't say this. Yeah. All right. Now it's like everything. The fact that people get mad because a light-skinned woman's in a video versus a dark-skinned woman versus a fat woman being in a video versus a skinny woman. Like it's like, yo, what are we even doing at this point? Why are you mad because I picked a cute dark-skinned chick over a cute light-skinned chick? Like, what does this even matter at this point?
It's all about the do I have it here? Oh, I don't know, but we were talking about before how the weak men make bad times make strong men whatever the fuck it is, and we're there. We're at the place where men are weak. Men are comfortable, and
the weak men are making bad times.
Yeah. And the bad times are coming. They are coming.
And I mean, they're here to a degree.
Oh, but I agree. But my point is, it's only just begun. You think this is bad? This is the.
I'll say we're the last generation where America's like top 20 in like countries.
I'll agree with that.
But
we got a comment here. No Freedom says that is a lie. White people were making up shit like crazy. Imagine being called a honey badger when getting on a freedom bus. I don't know what a freedom bus or a honey badger is. Somebody fill me in. What the fuck does this mean? I have no idea what this means.
So freedom bus was like what they used to like back in the 60s. When they were doing like the march through the South, there was a bus that a bunch of white people got on, and it was white people and black people, but they were beating the shit out those white people. Like I low-key felt bad because they low-key was doing them worse than the black people because they were like, you fucking traitors, and it was like, whoa. So being from the South, I'm from Texas, like born and raised in Texas. I've heard all types of racist shit to the point where it's funny. Like if it's legitimately funny, we'll laugh at it. Like we don't even get offended no more. It's like, oh, that was funny. That was a good one. So it just depends. Now, if you start wilding, throwing N-words everywhere, it's like, all right, we need to punch you. But if you make it slick, like a jigaboo, I'm dying. I'm on the floor if you call me a fucking jigaboo. Like, those aren't the ones that hurt our feelings. Now, if you just start hauling off N-words, it's like, all right, now you're pissing us off. But jigaboos, monkeys, we laugh at that. That does not. Now, in the 60s, it probably did hurt their feelings. But you call me a fucking honey badger today, that is the reaction you're going to get from me.
What is that supposed to mean?
A
Is that
brown
just
person.
another? Oh, so am I a honey badger?
No, you know what sorry, what nationality are you again?
So mainly Indian Chinese, but
Dum
I'm
Kun.
also Caribbean. My parents are both born and raised in Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, if they would have thought you were Indian, they'd have called you a dum cone.
Oh, I've gotten sand N-word.
Yeah, those the top two.
And hey, so I mean, I used to say that freely because my white friends would call me that, and so I'm like, oh,
What would
surely
they call
I can
you?
say that.
It broke up.
Yeah.
What would they call you? What would they call you?
Nigga.
Trey,
They
would you please?
They used to call him a sand
Can you say
nigga.
that again? Oh, I feel like as the resident white guy, I should have a bunch of slurs, but I don't.
Well, I never knew where we got honky or cracker from. I feel like those were just the two things they could think of in the 60s. So
I heard cracker came from cracking the whip, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think honky was the nasal tone of speaking. Like it
Yeah,
sounded
because
nasally when white
every
people
black man used that voice when we wanted to describe a white man. We either talk real stiff or nasally. Like, oh my
Yeah.
God, Jeff.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which is funny because some white people are my most iconic people. Like Jeff Hardy is my most favorite person in the world. Like Jeff Hardy might as well be black to me as much as I idolize him.
The wrestler?
But
He's a
yes,
wrestler, right?
Jeff
Okay.
Hardy, the rest. I used to flip off of everything in my house. Nothing was safe. I'm flipping off a swanton. Everybody gets a swanton bomb. But it's funny because I didn't really experience racism until we got to our teenage years.
Why do you think that is? Do you think that has to do more with where you like your geographical region or the times in society?
Both. So I think it was a little more like in Texas, we're more separate. So like if they really don't like you, they separate from you. Like they'll rather just not be around you. So as you get older, you still have to go to school with their kids.
Oh, I've gone died.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What part of Texas you from?
Mainly Dallas. And then I live in DeSoto, which is like right outside of Dallas.
We lost any phone. I think he said his phone died.
But it would just mainly be like, we still got to go to school with your kids. So at a certain, as kids, we don't really have a filter.
Right.
So, eventually we get to saying stuff. And every now and then, like when kids found out like my dad was in jail, I remember one white kid was like, yeah, my dad said that's typical. And I was like, oh, shit.
I mean,
I kind of laughed.
It's not typical.
I mean, it's not typical, but it was like, oh, all right. I know what y'all got going on.
Ugh, that's rough, though. That's rough.
But then, like, it never really occurred. I guess, well, maybe I'll say it like this. I guess it never really occurred to us when we were younger what it was.
Yeah.
So, like, when I'm 5'6", and, like, when I was 8, I used to be into baking with my aunt, and I made a German chocolate cake. And so I brought it to, like, our little football banquet. And one of the cheerleaders, this white girl, and she looked at it, and she goes, what did you put in it? Banana leaves? And as an 80-year-old, I didn't get it. I was like, no. And she was like, oh, well, whatever. But then I remember telling that story to my mom.
Texas is
My mom was
wow,
like,
yo.
my mom was hot. Like, my mom was like, "Oh no, we're talking to our parents," and I was like, "For what? It was a stupid joke. Like, I don't even get it."
Mom, I'm trying to get that white pussy.
But I didn't even get the joke. Like, she was just like, "What, you put banana leaves in it?" But then when I got older, and I just really sat there and I started hearing those jokes more often, I started actually being around. And then once you get to a certain age, we have a talk about how you're supposed to act around police and all of that stuff. And that's when you start realizing, like, okay,
Let me ask you about that, though. Let me ask you about that, because I refuse to believe that is a black thing. I definitely hold on. I definitely believe that there is. That conversation is more of a topic of conversation in the black community. But I don't know anybody who hasn't been taught about authority, and specifically the police.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
that part I don't argue.
Right.
That part I don't argue. I definitely don't think that's a specific black household thing. What I will say is, and I meant to say this when we were having that conversation on Friday, when we were talking about the whole switch thing or whatever, and he kept saying propaganda. But the difference is our actual grandparents and some of our parents, depending on how old you are, lived in those actual times.
Right.
So it's more of them teaching us what they actually went through. Like, the media took it and they blow it out of proportion, but at the same time, the generations that actually went through that, most of them are still alive.
Right.
Like, my grandma went through that. My grandfather, my mom. My mom was born a year after Dr. King got assassinated. So we actually get taught their traumas.
So No Freedoms may have a good way of framing this. If you feel free to agree or disagree. He says, "Oh, everyone was taught about it, but blacks take better notes."
We try to. We don't
always. That works for me. That works for me, because I was always like, "Yo, do you think?" And not in like a, because here's another thing I was thinking about the other day. I was driving and I was actually thinking about you. I was thinking about a conversation from the other day, and I was thinking about the notion of the black community and the just that whole broad thing. And I was curious what you would have to say about the notion of your racial and discriminatory experiences fit in the context of so many other people. The black experience. You can go to your neighbor and your uncle and your sister's boyfriend, whatever, and you guys all have the black experience. I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out that I didn't have anybody to commiserate with the I mean, racism for sure. That wasn't the main thing, but the racism, the not being accepted by people, the being looked at differently, all this type of stuff. I dealt with it on my own. And, because I was asking you about, like, well, why is there such a care for the black community instead of just black people individually wanting to do good for themselves? And I think that's where that mentality in me comes from, is that I was never part of a community like that. I don't know. I'm just throwing out that. I don't know if there's anything there, but.
So I get what you're saying. And so this is, what you're saying makes absolute perfect sense. So the thing is, and this is solely like an American thing, but it's kind of broad just depending on what country you're in. But solely in America, there was a lot of things just done nationwide, kind of to the same effects. So basically, black people ended up in the North because they ran away from the South. Then when the North got a little, like the East Coast got kind of hectic, a lot of black people moved west. They moved to California. When like the Chicago, the Midwest, and that got real crazy, a lot of those people moved to California. Like a lot of us migrated around because once we got to a certain area, and this goes back to like the 30s, the 40s, the 50s. So when they would migrate to different areas, it was because once they settled like a black town, they would basically set up laws to basically make sure the city failed.
Mm-hmm.
So again, this was where it comes to where our grandparents were taught things that they were dealing with in that time. So then our parents get taught that because they're still somewhat dealing with it. It might not be as strong because by the time like my mom is born, the Civil Rights Act is signed. At this point, it's more backhand tactics and stuff like that. So now they're teaching us our grandparents' trauma from when it was just outright crazy to their traumas when it was like backhanded shit, you know. You know what we mean when we say like backhanded stuff, you know, but
yeah,
they started teaching us that. So now we're on edge. Like I ain't gonna stunt. A lot of us are overblowing some of the shit that happens. It's like, bro, not everything is such a racist
race-related
reaction.
issue.
Like, yeah, but it's because we feel like now we can finally actually show people.
So
We're
real
like,
quick, indie film. Did you hear the it wasn't really a question, but did you hear what I presented to Trey just now?
No, my phone completely died, and it's at 1%.
So,
So if I drop again, it's just in my this.
So I basically was just because I want to hear from both of you. I was basically talking about how in the last conversation I had with Trey, I was thinking about it while I was driving the other day, and the idea of the black community came up, and that when you are coming up in not even just growing up, but when you're just in the world and you're a black person and you have this, that to deal with specifically because you're black. Those things are, bad in their own right. But there is a camaraderie among other black people. And I was saying that the types of racism and just non-good treatment in any context that I felt as a kid, I didn't have any group to commiserate with. And so I was just asking Trey what he thought about that. I'm curious what you think about that. I don't really. It's kind of a half-baked point, but I'm wondering if you guys have any insight there.
I think it's a good point. I think that so back from what I recall in the 70s and 80s, being younger, that race really was much less an issue than it is today.
Mm-hmm.
And there was less. There wasn't. You had the Vietnam protests, but that was not about race. But we didn't have, even Reagan was president. We didn't have like the amount of BLM and stuff in the streets. And when you talk about Trey was just saying something that I just caught like the tail end of about racism coming up and being a thing and being able to talk about it or whatever. And it's like,
do you mean like
or
when
talk
he
about
was,
or being a
you're talking about when he was saying
or,
that like for the people that are explaining things to him actually lived through like Jim Crow and stuff like that? I don't know.
No, I think it was just more of like being in a community and whatever. It's like I think that if you want to look at something and how bad that can be for the community, to be focused on just the community and not focused on being an American. Look at the American Indians. The American Indians have gone from 0 to 1 in 200 years. And yeah, they were mistreated probably worse than almost any group But all they do is sit. You know, the ones that succeed leave the group. They they venture off into America, into the United States, and you know they get educated or start businesses or whatever. I
This
know
is a
there's a
great
guy
analogy.
locally here. He's like, you know, he's a painter. He paints houses. Didn't live in a big house, but lived in probably the wealthiest city in our, you know, in northern Kentucky. And his kids went to the #1 school in Kentucky. And yeah, he didn't have any money. He had a shitty truck, and he just painted. He probably didn't even have a high school education. But if he was living on the res, I'm telling you, his kids would be living on the res, and his grandchildren would be living on the res, and they would all be living in the same shit that they live in now, and they'd have nothing. But
And
the
that's a
fact
really
that he got away from that, and when people want to keep you, look at the people. There's people that want to keep people in groups, and we know who those people are. We were talking about this a while back, I think. They want to. It's easier to control you if you can be identified by a group. You can be identified as a mega Trump supporter. You can be identified as black or American Indian or Indian Indian or whatever. It's much harder to control somebody when they just identify as, hey, I'm an American. I have my own thoughts. I'm an individual. I'm not that group. And
that's a fantastic
the
analogy.
left just wants
That's
you to think like you're in a group.
yeah, that's an analogy that I've been looking for, because I was talking about how I was in another conversation where somebody got offended. It was with a black guy, and I was just questioning, like, again, why is it so important to you to worry about the entire black community? And you guys all are doing that and worrying about, you know, other black people. And like you're saying, it's similar to the Native American experience. And by worrying about the collective, you're missing out on your individual upward mobility, whatever you want to call it. And the Native people's community would be better if all of them just embraced American values. And I think the same holds true for black people. I don't know, and I don't. Let's go with this, because I don't know if I agree with this. I'd love to hear from you guys. So we were just so this was in reference to when I was talking about the fact that you know, that black people have a community, and I just had to deal with my shit as a dude. So and we were talking about, you know, the talk about cops. So No Freedom says, oh no, because racism towards blacks are common in this world. Racism towards black is beyond anything else people have dealt with. I don't know that that's true, especially because we were just talking about Native Americans. I mean, you could say that colonialism is, you know, you can like it or hate it, but certainly Native Americans were treated worse than modern blacks. And he says, "Oh no, it's not overblown at all. A lot of shit happens that you won't hear." I agree with that. Goes on to say, people forget during World War II, blacks had to eat by themselves, but Nazis captured the white soldiers could eat with the whites. People forget that natives got pain and native were not treated worse. Yeah, but remember, you know, the Jews. You're going to say blacks were treated worse than Jews in the Holocaust? You're saying natives got paid. I mean, they definitely got reparations, sure. And then finally says Black Wall Street and grave sites. The natives. They have reservations, they have reparations, all that kind of stuff. And his last comment, Black Wall Street and grave sites are now being found full of black bodies. During war, they were treated better in other countries, but then came home and got fucked up more. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but if we're being fair, what is the average veteran treated like? That's not a black thing. Veterans are not treated well at all.
I mean,
So
I don't
Well,
agree, and I could be wrong.
just in
Oh, go ahead, Trey.
context, in World War II times, he's right. Today, completely different. But that's just only in World
wait,
War
sorry,
II.
I missed that. I was reading. Say that one more time, please.
Like his comment, where he was like they were treated better than the black soldiers. That was like literally after World War II. Like I wouldn't equate that to today. But right after World War II, where they allowed the white soldiers to get the GI Bills to buy homes and stuff, they didn't allow black soldiers to get that. Like stuff like that. So right after World War II, that statement is true. But today, it's definitely not. Like they treat them all like shit.
So I think
Yeah, I agree with the black soldiers coming home and not getting the same benefits as the white soldiers. Although, historically, I don't know the exact truth of all that, but I'll just take it on faith that was what happened because I've heard it many times. But I can give you two words that show the difference between the way the United States looked at black Americans and the Nazis, and those two words are Jesse Owens. Jesse Owens was a hero of the United States in 1939 when he went to the Olympics and beat the Nazis in Berlin in track and field and kicked their asses all over the place and embarrassed Hitler because he had the Aryan, Superman of Germany, and Jesse Owens just wiped the fucking table with them. And he was a hero in the United States.
Facts.
Absolutely. So and the thing with the Indian Americans, the Native Americans getting reparations and getting reservations, that's what's kept them where they are. It's my understanding that they can't own property.
That's a great point.
So you can't own property on a reservation. And property is the number one way of upward mobility in the United States is owning property. If you look at countries where you have caste systems or whatever, you can't own property. You'll go back to England in the days of the king. The king owned everything. You didn't own shit. If the king gave you some lands, that was great, but he could just take them away from you too and give them to somebody else and have you executed. The fact that you can own property in the United States is what makes mobility happen, economic mobility happen. And the Indian staying on that reservation, getting that free money from the government, guess what? They're in the same position they've been in for 200 years. They're not advancing. The only way to advance is to get out of that system. And if we want to know what happens if the United States or the Democrats or the socialists or leftists get their way, we're all going to be living on a reservation.
But so no freedoms. It doesn't. I mean, are you hearing what Indie Film is saying? Because and I agree that the reparations and the reservations and the casino, all of that stuff is what holds them down. And so again, no freedom says black civil rights have to be renewed. Oh no, natives get paid and get land. They're also the only ones to build casinos in certain areas. But as Indie Film just explained, this is the reason that there's no incentive to do better like the rest of Americans.
So just real quick to interject, because I've definitely been listening to Indie Film, so I feel like I can give a very adequate response now. And this isn't a complete pushback because I agree with your sentiments. I can at least say for myself and at least people that I'm around, we believe in the American dream, the American system. And believe it or not, a lot of us participate in whatever this system is supposed to be. The problem is a lot of us feel like we don't get the first shake. So we're like a lot. And like I said, I can only speak for me and the people I'm around. We're definitely willing to play the game, whatever game you want to call it, life, entrepreneurship, capitalism, whatever game you want to call it. Us as black people as a whole, we're willing to play the game, but we feel like we're not getting a first shake as a whole as well. So I understand where you're saying us as a community, like the left is keeping it. I honestly, and this is just, again, my personal opinion, the left is just using our actual sentiments and just profiting off of it. So like this is stuff that we as people see, feel, and know going on. But the left just takes it and is like, all right, yeah, we can make some money, we can get some votes. Cool.
Exactly.
But it is a real life thing that we are experiencing. Sometimes it's not legit sometimes it is legit just propaganda, but most of the time it is our actual feelings and sentiments. They're just pushing it so hard down your fucking throat that you're sick of it. And it's like, I can understand the other side where it's like, all right, not everything is fucking racist. Like, Jesus Christ, give us a break. And even black people, most of us, most regular black people are like, yo, that wasn't that bad. What are y'all talking about? But we choose to look at the either extreme, the Angela Rise, the beat, like Black Lives Matter, the organization, literally just capitalized off the Black Lives Matter slogan.
Oh yeah.
Like they just literally took the slogan that people started chanting in 2014 and just made an organization from it. But it literally propaganda the bullshit so much that it just blew up the whole message in general.
Absolutely.
But that was a
100%
legit slogan that we felt. That wasn't just. Yes, sir.
That is well, the Black Lives Matter, their original website talked about Marxism and how they were trained Marxists. And that is how Marxists and communists come into power. They exploit that type of situation and they extract all the wealth out of it they can at everybody's cost. So here's black people running Black Lives Matter, getting all these donations in the name of Black Lives Matter. And now there's guys being sued. They've got police involved. They got FBI involved. All this money went missing. They bought mansions and shit. That's typical. I mean, you look at communists. It's the party. They extract all the wealth out of the people, and they use race, and when Hitler used race, they use all kinds of stuff like that to separate everybody into little groups and not individuals. They take away individuality. So when you talk about, the black group and having this groupthink, who's the biggest threat to the leftist thoughts? It's not me. It's Thomas Sowell. It's Larry Elder. Larry Elder ran for governor of California, and the New York Times called him the black face of white supremacy. He's Candace Owens. They're all labeled Uncle Toms. They're all labeled all this. And Uncle Tom, if you read the book, was the hero. He was the good guy. He was the guy we should look up to. But that's been changed. That's been made a slur against blacks. And having everybody think about being in this community and getting rid of the individual thought and the fact that you're an individual and you can accomplish things as an individual. You don't need a group. And just because somebody else in your group was thrown in jail for selling drugs doesn't mean you're going to be thrown in jail for selling drugs. Or just because somebody's on crack doesn't mean you're on crack. You're an individual. You can do it. And that's the biggest threat to leftism. And that's why they keep on pushing this this ideology of race. And every other, the MAGA. Oh, we got to separate them. They're evil. MAGA's a big threat. Everybody in MAGA thinks the same way. Every black person thinks the same way. Every Jew thinks the same way. They're a big threat,
So I feel like I don't want to completely just focus on no freedoms, but I don't feel like you're in no freedoms. I don't feel like you're engaging with what we're saying, because Indie Film has done a fantastic job of outlining precisely how all of the groups that you are comparing the black community to, by getting money, by getting land, by getting all of this stuff. Yes, they get it for free, but because they only get a little bit for free, and it's free, they're stuck in that situation. They have no incentive to live the American way, to better yourself based on merit, to use capitalism as a vehicle to focus your own personal goals and achieve them. I mean, the way that Indie Film has laid it out, I don't know why you would want. I don't know why you would want all of the things that you're talking about here. Why you want to have your own police? What do you think that's going to be like? You getting free shit? Yeah, it's not like black people get any free shit. Like, come on, guy. And immigrants getting paid, sure. We don't live like that. We live in groups. Like, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to separate ourselves based on the color of our skin. We can live in groups that are more ideologically, organically created. You live here because, well, you like the weather here and you like the culture here, and so you fit into that culture, and none of it steps outside of American culture, because American culture itself includes diversity and all of this stuff. So most white women benefit off the thing you was going to. I don't know what that means, but Trey, you had something to say about that? Not about
So just real quick, Indy. Again, I think you slightly missed my point, because what I'm saying is the media isn't telling us to separate ourselves. The media isn't telling us to group think. The problem is, it's enough of us.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah, and we lit in his ass. Like, we lit in his ass, but like I told you on the last stream.
Who's the president though? Who's the president though?
Again, and I told you why. Remember the last stream we had? And I told you exactly why. But what I'm saying is, it's enough of us that have all had the same experiences, to the point where I get it wouldn't even be called groupthink if we've all lived that real life experience. How is it a groupthink if we've actually lived through that?
The question is whether or not you have lived through that experience. And when I say that, I don't mean that you haven't had, your experiences are not real. What I mean by that is that, are the experiences that you have experienced that really that similar to every other black person, and that dissimilar to other people who fit other characteristics that are like you? Is being black the only underlying thing? Does being, does living where you live have something to do with it? Does your socioeconomic status have something to do with it? Does your education level have something to do with it? Does the way you look, other than your skin color, being tall, short, fat, ugly, pretty, does any of that have to deal with it? Do with it? And I think because you're saying, oh, we have all of these similar experiences. Yes, I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is that those similar experiences may or may not be collectively as cumulative as the similar experiences we all go through as Americans who are not, making it rain. And maybe it's not. Maybe there really is that essence of being black in this country that is so similar that millions and millions and millions of people, the bad things that happen to them are exactly the same. And I'm being a little facetious when I say it like that. But
yeah, just a little facetious. But I, to a degree, you're 1000% right. Now the outlier is just certain experiences, perhaps with like being in certain areas, being in certain, like I've been in certain stores where security, not even just regular grocery stores. Like I went to a high-end Foot Locker that was in Las Vegas, and the security, like we noticed him. He was kind of like biased for the most part, but it doesn't bother me at this point. But it's things like that where like even high-end black people, like we've seen athletes did dirty, where like they get roughed up where it didn't even have to go that far. Not even on some like they were bucking.
But to use that example, there's a lot of rappers and athletes who follow this trend of acting the same way that other black people who have gotten in situations act. If you are out there acting like a gangster, it's not because you're black that people are coming to jump you. It's because you're acting like a gangster.
But even then, I'm not a gangster. I'm nowhere near a gangster.
Right.
But I've seen regular everyday men that go through like certain harassments. Like that's not an uncommon thing.
Okay. And so only black people see that?
I think only I would say only every level of black man has felt that. I don't think like every level.
That's an answer to a different question. You're
Like,
saying that you've seen this experience happen to different black people. The question is it only black people, or are you only looking and see there's another black guy that went through this thing?
oh no, in that case, no. Like where it's everybody goes through certain harassments. I've definitely seen, Indian people go through harassments. I've seen Asians, I've seen every race go through harassment. What I was saying was, when I said that, I've seen every social level, like socioeconomic level of black men go through a certain level of harassment. Like all the way to like your Minister Farrakhan's, all the way to like regular athletes, not even the gangster wannabe athletes,
Right.
to just regular rappers, to just regular every 9 to 5.
I agree with that.
Just,
I agree that there is definitely something unique about the black experience. My point is, I don't think that is so unique that it puts you in a category that is separate from every that it's blacks and everybody else. And that's the way it seems, especially with comments like what No Freedoms. Blacks have experienced more things than any other race around the world. Yeah,
no, I don't agree with that.
The Jews have been prosecuted way longer and way for longer periods of time and more often than blacks have. And you brought up I don't know, so I'm going to ask, but you brought up the Congo Black Holocaust. I don't know anything at all about this. It says 15 million blacks died.
Myself.
But if it's in the Congo, who was doing the killing?
I don't know if in the Congo, the colonial French or the colonial English. I mean, you're talking about. I don't know when he's talking about it, but there's obviously the French and the English. There's a book out that I have a friend that's has the copyright to it or whatever, about this guy that traveled across. He was an American from Nebraska, and he traveled across Africa in the 30s, and he saw and he talked about how the British and the French were brutal to the blacks in the colonies, and that definitely happened, and that was in the 30s. But I mean, that's there, and that's almost 100 years ago. We look at Ben Carson, who's he operates on children. He does brain surgery on infants. He grew up in Detroit, in the slums of Detroit. He's a black guy. He's not getting pulled over by the cops, He's very successful. Larry Elder, I talked about, Thomas Sowell, I talked about. A lot of people didn't grow up with privilege, but they grew up with something else. Something in them made them strive in a way and not be held down by what you say. And we talk about these cities or these places where these people, where the black community is pulled over and harassed. Yeah, you people, where the black community and everybody's hassled. And I would bet 9 out of 10 of those cities have a black chief of police. They've got black mayors generally all the time. They're Democrat-run cities. You look at Baltimore, Detroit, or Philadelphia, or a lot of places where this is a big problem. And there's probably 80% black police officers on the force. It's not necessarily a black. It's not because they're black. It's like it's economics. It's you have these areas and they're poor. New York is now is getting terrible. Where I live near Cincinnati, they had black police chief, and they had riots and stuff. And it's not white cops going into black areas and busting heads like the KKK. It's a mixture, or a lot of, like I said, a lot of these police forces are minority white, and a lot of these police chiefs and the commanders and stuff, they're not white.
I mean, it's definitely, like you said, it's definitely a mixture. I'm not saying that black people don't have unique ways of experiencing racism or experiencing life in general. That is not at all what I'm saying. I am saying I think that that experience is is bolstered up to make people feel like they are more oppressed than they really are. To make people feel like, even though I'm a smart person who can do this, that, because the guy over there can't, I'm gonna feel some type of way about it. That guy over there can't either, but he's white, so I don't care about that. But
so what
I think there's a mixture, and I just think at the end of the day, this notion of having to fight for your racial community, as indie film beautifully laid out with Native Americans, I think it hurts a lot more than it helps. Whether or not the bad stuff that happens to that community is true or not true, I think.
And I'm not saying it's not true.
Right. I'm just saying either way. Either way, the point is, it does not help to just throw money and to say, "Oops, we messed up. Here's money." That's the American way. Is the best way. So just be American. You're already here. Just do it.
So the reparation argument, it comes from apparently we never ever got what they were supposed to give us when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. I quite frankly don't care about reparations. And what I will say is,
I don't think that's right, by the way. Sorry, go ahead. But I don't think it's right that there's been no official anything. But I don't know that that's a helpful thing.
Oh no, I don't necessarily agree that it would probably be a helpful thing. What I can say, and it goes back to, I think, when you were talking with us Friday, Indy, when we were talking about the big switch.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it goes to that. So what I would say is, I think a lot of the progress we made, I think we were definitely headed in the right direction by like the mid to late 80s, and then crack hit. And I think that set our generation back a lot more than we think. Because if we're going to be honest, the crack era was no more than 20 years at the most. It's been 2 decades at the most since that's happened. So I think that set our community back a lot more than we ever anticipated or expected. Just if we're just going to go off statistics alone, my father's one of the statistics by getting 66 years. So a lot of things happen, a lot of things set us back. Now, what I will say is, again, what I said earlier, and it might have got overshadowed, I think the media, and the Democrats especially, and I think that's why you keep going to leftists, is because they seen like an actual like. Because in the 90s, they both, Clinton, if I'm not mistaken, Clinton and Bush ran off of, we gonna put all these thugs in jail. So after Clinton ran on that, yes, sir.
What did they run on? I'm sorry, you broke up.
If I'm not mistaken, they ran off basically, we're gonna put them in jail. Like, they're super predators. Yeah, because Hillary was the one who was like, they're super predators. And so I'll say this: they basically changed their ideology for Obama. And then they started basically taking real life black struggles and multiplying them times 10. So what we're seeing is like, this is like a level 5. It's not that bad, but it's not good either. It's like a level 5, level 6 is not crazy. The media was like, well, no, you guys should feel like this is a level 12. This is high alert. It's red alert. Your life is in danger. And we're like, well, no, it's a level like regular black people, moderate black people are like, this is a level 6. It was way worse than this. It's gotten better.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats basically took, it was worse than this, and was like, no, it's still the same. You never left.
Right.
And regular black people are like, no, we're fine. We just want shit to be fair. We feel like it's not fair. At least make it fair. If you make it fair, we'll shut the fuck up. But I think we go to the extremes. Again, like you brought up Black Lives Matter. We all look at, you know how many black people thought Black Lives Matter was a scam? They just got all the suckers that believe in the left. Most regular black people was like, oh, they finna run off with that money. Like, we knew
what do they do? They ran off with that money.
Most black people was like, oh, that nigga is lying. Like, we
I would bet that the majority of people that donated to Black Lives Matter were college educated white women.
White people. Yep. White women.
Bill Burr said yes.
That was a majority of people. Yeah.
Well, and I want to take one more crack. What's up, Alex? Glad to see you back. We're getting to the deep into the panel here, so a lot to recap. But I want to take one more crack at no freedoms, because he's talking about I see where the money goes and the groups that get it, and for some reason certain groups get better based off something. If it was non-helpful, then why does everyone get it and are happy for it? Again, no freedoms. I have to point you back to the argument that Indie Film made. You're not addressing something that we've been. I mean, I understand the things that you're saying. But you're just repeating yourself, and you're not addressing the fact that we have addressed this point. That it's not necessary. You're assuming that being given money from the government is going to help, and it doesn't. It very clearly hurts. Reliance on the government is a bad thing, because then you don't have the power, the will, the skills to whatever to do things for yourself. And when you get stuck in a pattern, a generational pattern of, well, this is the way it is, then it's not helpful. Even if it's happy, yeah, you're happy. Great example. We were all happy to get a stimulus check, right? You're not so happy about the gas prices. You're not so happy about the food prices. You're not so happy about the shipping prices. You're not so happy about the fact that you can't get this, that, and the other because of the shipping back. All of this stuff has effects. You're looking at layer one. Like, okay, yes, people are happy when they get money. Great. And then there's a whole series of this in the early mid 2000s. The recession of 2008 is based on giving people money that they should not have been given.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that's the last.
You could take.
You
could take all the wealth of the.
Go ahead.
You take all the wealth of the United States today, divide it evenly among every individual, and in 20 years, Elon Musk is going to have a huge business and be super successful. Ben Carson's going to be a successful doctor. Certain people are going to be successful, and certain people are going to piss it away and not be successful. And they're going to be complaining that they need to get money again. Most millionaires today, I think, built it, right? Most, you have what do they have? You have somebody makes $1 million or becomes a millionaire, and then their kids are well off. But by the time it gets to their grandchildren, that money's all gone. And
you typically see the self-made man.
It's not just giving everybody money. I mean, I'd like to have a bunch of money. I mean, but I don't know if I would be. I wouldn't be Elon Musk with it. I wouldn't be that hardworking, driven person. I'm not going to be that person, and most of us aren't. And to claim that just redistributing wealth is going to fix things, it's going to fix things for a generation or a couple of decades, and then everything was going to be right back where it was.
And then
then you're adding in.
Yeah, then you're adding in the notion of, well, okay, where do you think reparations come from? Taxes. So now you have an entire generation of people who didn't actually, them personally didn't do anything wrong, and they're paying for the sins of their ancestors.
Oh, so
and then your money is going to run out. And then what? Then race relations are worse off. Then you have people who are used to suckling on the government tit even more than you do now. I just don't think that you. Oh no, money from the government is useful. I disagree. I think government is the last place that money should be. I think there is no better waste of money than giving it to the government. finish this comment. It's funny how every other country got money and was able to build on it, except
Nobody gets
the
money.
Americans. What are you talking about? America
It's
is
not monopoly. Yeah. God didn't like start everybody with a bunch of money. Money is generated. Wealth is generated by doing things.
exactly.
And
I'm not
the
even
government
sure.
does not generate wealth. The government burns
Take it
wealth.
from us. Yeah.
They do not generate money. Even when they print money, they're not generating money. They're just devaluing money.
So so No Freedom says the funny thing is certain groups, when money was given, their communities got better. Okay. So what community and what are you talking about? Let's use a specific example, because I just went over this. So during Rona, people got money and was promised not to be laid off. Look at Russia. What is the connection there? People got money during COVID, and now everybody is fucked because of inflation.
Yeah, because the prices out here is insane. Like,
why? Because everybody got money. They printed, what was it, like 40% of all the money in 1 year.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. If you don't get it, you don't get it. I understand that you have a feeling that you want to be you want a wrong righted. I have no issue with that. I believe that your people were okay. That your community, your people, whichever way you want to put it, definitely had a certain way of being maligned by the government. That is not a question. Oh, honey, sweetie, baby, it was way before that.
So I'll say this: one, reparations.
It was not Ukraine.
The reparation ship is sailed. Like, the reparation ship is sailed. I don't even know why we try to make this a topic. If anything, I think we need to figure out how to at least make the public school system better in the States. Not even just throwing money at it, but at least trying to properly figure out how to work. Like, I went to school in the suburbs, and then for like a year, I went to school in the hood schools. And it was I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, the stuff we was learning, like, senior year was like stuff they was teaching us our 10th grade year. And I was like, wait, y'all are just not learning this? Like, we've been learning this stuff. And I think if we just at least better the schools and then started from there, I think that would be a lot more helpful to our community more than anything. And
I agree with that. Yeah, definitely. I would bet you that hood school was spending more per student than the suburban school. They were spending more money per student, and it just shows you it's not money. It's competition. Is the biggest thing. If they have school vouchers where they could say, "Hey, you're in the hood. Yeah, if you're in the hood, but here's a voucher. You could send your kid to that suburban school." What's going to happen to that hood school? They're done.
But what are you going to do about transportation? Because I took public transportation.
No. The voucher is for the transit. They will send a bus to your home to bring you to the next county or whatever, and the government will pay for that. That is one of very few examples where money, the government giving people money would be a good thing. Because
just hear me out real quick. Sorry for cutting you off. But does that not eventually overpopulate those schools on the outside?
Nope.
No, they'll just add on.
It just makes the other schools need to be. How do schools operate? They need money, and so the current system is, our students are doing so well, so we should get more money. So the schools that are doing well get better, and the schools that are not good get worse. So now, if you have a bunch of people, and that's because it's based on where you live, it's regional. If everybody's trying to go to the good school, then there's only certain resources that school will have, and so now other schools will have to compete in order to get their funding. This is basic capitalism. Everything the government does sucks. Everything done in the private sector isn't great, but it's much more effective in terms of results, innovation, creating wealth. All of these. I mean, name anything that creates more wealth for the people through the government versus through the private sector. And I'm not even saying make schools private, which I think that would be, I think that would be good if you had private schools, but you had, you didn't have nationalized school, you just had nationalized vouchers. And then public school is no longer a thing. And the same way we have, children's school, grade school being paid for by the government. Now we have the same thing, except there's not this huge imbalance. You basically have a school that's on the standard. Otherwise, nobody's going to go there, and you're not going to get any funding.
That makes sense. I can see that. Well, because I was thinking, because like where I live like right outside.
AIDS? Hold up. What? We're talking about AIDS right now? You don't realize how much aid, I think you, like aid, how much aid, as in money, is being spread and spent? We're giving certain groups money already. We just paid Asians a lot of money. What are you talking about? You're saying a lot of like vague things. What Asians got what money? I don't know what you're talking about. When did Asians get money? I'm Asian. I didn't get any money. Don't we have power issues don't we have power issues and lead in certain baby foods? That's two very different questions. I don't know. I'm gonna suggest just take a seat and listen. No freedoms. I think I understand that you definitely have strong opinions about this, but this is just completely not at all true. We had supply chain issues. We had inflation. We had all of this stuff way before Ukraine. And
I feel like he's having an issue, like the typical of like, don't talk to your girlfriend over text when you're having a fight because you just cannot. You're missing stuff, and you're
free to click the link, homie. You're free to click the link.
I don't know, because he's always
I think that makes it really rough. Yeah.
Well.
But,
so
hey Trey.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. What part of Texas are you from?
I live in Dallas, the Oak Cliff area, but I grew up in DeSoto, which is literally right outside of Dallas.
Oh, okay. I had a like interesting experience in Texas where my fiance's family, her father's in Houston, and my brother actually lives in Austin. And going back between Houston and Austin is like two different worlds. Like her father is married to a Mexican woman and they have children together. Her cousin's married to a black woman. I went to her brother's graduation in Houston and it was just a huge mix of every nationality you could see. And then I go visit my brother in Austin and it's like lily white. It's like,
that's because Austin is the University of Texas. Like that's pretty much the only thing there. Most of the people that live in that area, they either live in like Lake Travis or Westlake or like that's where like Drew Brees and them is from. So like most of the people that's living there that working in Austin at least, they live on the outside of Austin because the University of Texas take up so much of Austin. And I think it's like 40,000 people at that school. So that alone takes up most of Austin. And then Houston. So Austin is LA, Houston's the country, and then Dallas is both. So like we're city as hell, but we're also country as fuck.
Rednecks.
Yeah, like you'll get both up here in Dallas. Houston has everything. They're close to the coast. Like a lot of Hispanic people are there. Like it's just a lot of it's very country. Like everybody there they got that southernness. And then Austin is just Austin. We don't even talk about that place because at this point that's just California. Because everybody pretty much moved there. Like the issue we're having in Texas right now is because we don't have a state income tax. Everybody's moving their headquarters here because you follow the tax law of wherever your company's based out of. So now everybody's moving to Texas. Like we're building new skyscrapers in the middle of our downtown. We've had the same downtown skyline for 30 years. Now y'all want to build an 86-story building in the middle of downtown. So, and Goldman Sachs is, I think, supposed to be going there. So the fact that so many people, like 2-bedroom apartments in Texas used to be like $1,100. Like a full 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment would be like $1,200 at the lowest. Now you're not even getting a 2-bedroom apartment for under $1,600. Like that's just how bad they've kicked up everything because so many people moved here so quick. Our freeways are overcrowded now. Like, because companies, instead of hiring people in Texas, they just pretty much brought their people here. So now they don't have to train people, none of that. They just basically move people. Like there's so many people that's not from Texas no more here that's like, oh yeah, I moved here because of my job. My job moved me here. My job moved here. My job moved here. So our state is just it's
transition period.
Yeah, and we hate it. We are losing our minds because there is a such thing as Southern hospitality, and then there is a such thing as you motherfuckers are rude, and so it's starting to mix, and it's not mixing well. It's not. Because even the black people out here are very conservative. We're very conservative people. Like, don't ask my grandparents how she feels about transgenders. You would think it was a redneck talking.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a whole generational thing too. I mean, you got it compounded there.
Yeah, but
so I mean, there's we somehow always come back to this notion of race, and I think that is because it's so focused on. And my point in doing all this is showing that, hey, maybe focusing so deeply on this is wasted energy. Not that there's nothing there, but to put all your energy into this is not helping you.
So could I say this? And I think it finally kind of clicked in my head as we were talking. Could it be because the fact that we have the internet, we can see all the black ideals at one time?
Well, absolutely.
I think because now it would be a lot different if something happened in Texas that you couldn't see in New Jersey or you couldn't see whatever state you're in. Versus now it can get posted on Twitter and then you can scroll about 4 or 5 places. Then you'll see something that happened in Milwaukee and then you can keep scrolling. Then you'll see somebody in Tennessee. So at this point, it's like, now I just keep constantly seeing it. But is it because now you actually can see everybody in the world's opinion?
I think that's a good point. I think that the internet has done a lot of disservice in that way too. I mean, if you talk to like my stepdaughter, she thinks that that the white police are out hunting black people on a regular basis, and it's from TikTok.
Oh yeah.
And if you look at the actual numbers, it's very low, right?
Oh yeah.
And
I think it's like I think 2020 had
11.
I think it was like 14 unarmed black men, which is
Yeah,
not good.
Yeah.
But like there's a lot of people, a lot of shit, and I'm sure it wasn't.
And in the same period, how many unarmed white men, how many unarmed Asian men? Those numbers are big too, but they don't talk about that. It's not publicized. It's not all over the internet, so people don't see that.
So
They
I
just
remember
see the message.
So hold on, real quick. So No Freedom says, "Oh my, you all just don't know what actually happened in the background. There's a lot of things y'all just don't know." And I said, "All right, so tell me specifically, not just Asians got money." He said, "Where should I start? Millions since to Asians after hate crime bill was signed." What bill? He said the COVID-19 hate crime law. So I've done us the benefit of looking up the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, and let's see what exactly it says. So to facilitate the expedited review of COVID hate time, other purposes, be it enacted in the Senate, House of Representatives, Senate, Congress finds the following: the spread of Rona in 2020 has been a dramatic increase in hate crimes and violence against Asian Americans. According to a recent report, there was nearly 3,800 cases of all right, so looking for money. They're getting money. During this time, race has been cited. Roughly 30% of these incidents. More than 19 million people said this. In the midst of this, following 8 people were okay. So money. Not seeing anything about money here. Applicable period. Same section. Guidance for law enforcement. Guidance relating. Okay, short title. Not seeing a dollar sign or even numbers very often. Prevention Act. More complete understanding. Multiple factors. Nope. The problem of crime. Nope. Definitions. Okay, we got definitions. Implementation grants. Okay, the Attorney General may make grants to states and units of local government to assist the state or unit of local government in implementing national incident-based reporting system, including the trained employees. No money to Asians except. Nope. About halfway through. Haven't seen a dollar sign yet. Hotline. Personally identify staff members, local law enforcement and resources applicable. Nope. More definitions. Grants. Okay. In general, trying to grant eligible entities to assist covered agencies within the jurisdiction of the eligible entity in conducting law enforcement activities or crime reduction prevention. So if you guys want to chat, I'm going to look through this. I'm almost done, but not seeing anything here. So
You mean that bill's not 300 pages?
Oh no, it's 4.
400? Okay.
No, 4 pages.
Oh, really? 4
Yeah.
pages. So
wow.
why is it the COVID
Compliance and redirection of funds.
Asian Hate Act? What the hell those two things have to do with each other?
They just be throwing shit at a wall, hoping it sticks.
I notice. I've been reading this for a minute, and No Freedom has not said anything other than this, which I don't know what that means. But
but why?
That's it, homie. There is nothing in this bill about money at all. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You know they ain't finna give up no money.
I wouldn't be. Where did we lose? Oh, we lost him. Yeah. I mean, this is my point. Is that there's so much you don't know. Oh, you don't. Oh my, y'all just don't know what actually happened. There's a lot you just don't know. Sounds like, my friend, there's a lot that you don't know, including the notion that being black is not uniquely this impassable obstacle. Trey, feel free to disagree with me, but I can't know because I'm not black, but I'm pretty sure that under the laws of the United States, black people are capable of doing just as much as anyone else.
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
So what the fuck are we talking about? No freedoms.
I agree. Like I said, the only issue I think most of us have ever had was like we felt like we don't get a full fair shake. Not that the laws are like if the laws are done properly, like when the laws are done properly and you're in an area where the laws are respected and they actually do follow the laws, you're 1000% going to make it if you're actually trying. Like, and again, we have to repeat the actually trying. But there are certain places, depending on where you live, you know, they got their fingers crossed when they say they go follow the law, and that's understandable. And that still doesn't mean just give up hope. So I agree, and I think like one thing that's kind of always irritated me is that we look at the extremes. Like I think we choose to look at the extreme ideologies that Black Lives Matter tries to present instead of what regular
Sorry,
black
pal.
people are saying.
Sorry. I said sorry. Don't phone died again. You guys are just taking too much juice. Sorry about that, pal. But always love having you up here. If you find a charger, you are welcome. I don't know. We're not going to go in too much longer, but as always, you are always welcome up here, and really appreciate your contributions. Really. Sorry, you were saying, sir.
Oh no, I was just saying like I just think like even on both sides, like we choose to look at the unnecessarily bigoted MAGA people instead of just the regular people. It's like, you know what? I thought he'd be a good president. I think there's the difference. So I think when the middle stops looking at the fars, like the far left and the far right, I think if we go back to just looking at the middle with each other, things would be a lot better. Because I mean, we can't change the far's mind. Like I doubt we're going to change a far leftist mind and a far right person's mind.
Fair. So, and No Freedom says Leopold III of Belgium. Huh? Do you know who Meng is? Look up her name after that bill. Did that? I don't know what the point is here. Then look up California and add the hate crime bill when you do. First of all, we just looked at the hate crime bill, so pay attention. Second of all, if you are making claims, it is not my responsibility to research your claims. If you have claims, then you need to back them up. You gave me this information, and you were wrong. So find good information, and then you have a seat at the table. But as of now, I looked up the things that you said, and you were wrong. So theoretically, you're wrong. Socially, you're wrong. And just as a matter of fact, you are inaccurate. This is my point. That they, whoever the fuck you want they to be, they make you think that, oh, you're so downtrodden, that everybody else is doing great. But you, because of the color of your skin, you're worthless. You ain't nothing. You're blah, 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 blah. You're swallowing it whole. You are taking this bullshit propaganda that you are less than because of the color of your skin, and you are perpetuating it. Do you think, No Freedoms, that you are less than because of your skin? All right. Okay. I just did. You do some. What do you mean do some research? Run the fucking thing back. Run the fucking thing back. We did the research. You were wrong. Again, bring me anything that you like. You're in the Discord. Drop whatever you like in the Discord, and I will bring it up. And we will talk about it. But so that's not what this is. This is not for you. Well, I heard a thing and I kind of feel like a thing. So can you look up this and then look up that and look up that and look up that and look? Oh, I was wrong. Oh, That's not what this show is. I'm sorry. Until you do some research and bring back better information than you have been proven incorrect on this topic, No Freedoms. I very much appreciate you coming to the table with what you believe was correct. It had made for a very interesting conversation. However, unfortunately, the information that you are operating under is incorrect. It is not accurate. So stop projecting and do the research yourself. Thank you. Sorry about that, Trey. So I think I'm too young. I'm too young to read things and realize that when things aren't there, that they're not there.
Yeah.
I guess when I get older, I'll start to see things that aren't there, and then I can agree with no freedoms. Okay, fair enough.
I can say that I don't think you will.
Probably not. Probably not.
So,
Yeah. I live in reality, and I don't just say things.
you got to do the SpongeBob imagination.
I'm sorry. Like it's this is my point. Why are you so desperate to prove that you are less than? What kind of sick, twisted shit has been fed to you for your whole life that you are here fighting in the face of actual information that we looked up based on what you gave us? Why do you want to be less than? Why do you want to be I mean,
he got to follow like Dr. Umar, Tariq Nasheed, one of those guys.
Why?
Because they are very, the white man is the only way we're down type people. Like I never understood that.
How they're not correct though.
Huh?
We've just shown how that's not correct though.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that would be where he most likely got that type of ideology from. Like
correct. Correct. That is correct.
I'll definitely take the links.
Any film says, "Don't laugh. When you get as old as me, ye will see things that cannot be explained by science." I'm not asking for science. I'm just asking for anything. You're making claims, and he's telling me to do research, but you're the one making the claims. This is what I do. Research. I spend 4 or 5. I can't believe I've been here for 5 fucking hours. I spend 4 or 5 hours with you guys every other day. All of the time that I'm not here, I'm either working my job so that I can afford rent and food, or I am researching things to entertain you.
And I appreciate it thoroughly.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
I know. I'm just being an ass. I can see. Oh, you know what's funny? I think that's the first time I've ever seen you get a little up there.
I mean, it's well, that's surprising.
Really grinded your gears?
Kind of, not really. but that's surprising. I usually get there a little bit easier because I'm just. It's silly. It's silly. What are we talking about?
So would that mean because you're having, I guess, decent conversations? Because I haven't seen you get up there. Like even when we vehemently disagreed about the whole, single parent versus two parent, I never seen like you get kind of like you put some more bravado, and I was like, okay, IndianJesus.
Because you weren't projecting. You weren't saying that I didn't have information that I did have. You weren't, saying these things that you can't substantiate.
That makes sense.
And it's fine, but when I pull up the bill and I show you the bill, and there's nothing, money is not even mentioned.
Yeah.
Then take your L, bro. Take the L. It's okay.
It's hard to eat crow.
You're right. We're friends.
Hey,
I'm laughing about this right now.
I'm not gonna stunt. When we got off the live Monday, I sat in my room a little bit like, maybe I am a failure to my kids.
You're not a failure to your kids.
No, I know. I was like, oh, maybe I ain't shit. Maybe I thought I was doing good. Because, like, I won't say, like, so I thought I was, like, just being personal. Because just even to answer your question, because so with how miserable I was, like, I had, suicide attempts at that time, dealing with my sister. As I'm in therapy now, I found out that I deal with survivor's remorse. Where, like, because it was a situation where we both could have died and I didn't, it makes me feel even worse. But I was thinking, like, I felt like I was doing what was best to help me be better, to be a better dad. Mm-hmm. But as I sit there and thought about, what you were saying too, I was like, maybe things would be better, maybe things, if I could have just, forced it to stick through it, then, it would have been better. And so I came away with it like, oh, okay, I do see what you're saying. And I do see where, like, you're saying, there isn't truly just too much. Like, unless, like you said, unless you're just whooping the dog shit out of somebody or getting the dog shit whooped, and so I can understand that. And I can definitely say, like, all right, yeah, I could have definitely been mentally stronger to handle, what I was dealing with. But then I also, and this is, hindsight 2020.
Of course.
I do feel like at that time, that was definitely the best decision I could have made.
And I only went that far because I knew that you could handle hearing that and not taking it for anything that it wasn't. I could tell that you understood that I wasn't saying you were a bad father. I was, using your situation as an example for a larger point, and that there's different types of family. I understand the reality, the practicality that there are different types of families. There are shit happens. It's not as simple as, just be perfect your whole life. That was never the point I was making. And even saying that the only reason that I'm not a single father and have a baby mama is luck.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there is a lot of men who are in my position where we can easily sit up, on this moral high ground and say, well, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have done this. And you shouldn't have done that. And you should have done this. And you shouldn't have done that. But the reality is we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes at different times. We mature at different times. We learn at different times. And all we can do is the best that we can do at every new day. And so, again, if I didn't think that you were confident enough in your own self and your own yourself as a father, and smart enough and mature enough to handle having a conversation like a man, then I wouldn't have said it. But I know you a real one, so
yeah,
what else? This is what we're here for: to be real with each other, to talk about the shit that matters, to actually maybe. If we can't change the world, at least we can change ourselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. And for real, like because I even had a conversation with one of my kids' moms about it. And it was just like, when you're in those situations, especially as a man, when you're in those situations and you feel like you're not even taking care of yourself at that point. Like at that point, I can literally say I was just floating through the world. Like woke up, went to work, came home, played with my kids, went to sleep. Woke up, like it didn't even matter. Like life was nothing to me no more. I didn't care as long as, like the only real good times I had was with my kids. And it started wearing on me that I was feeling like shit. Then it started wearing on her that I'm feeling like shit because now our bills are suffering, like our money is suffering. So now she's on me about it, and now that's making it worse. And then us both bumping heads about something that we really should be working as a team as. And so, at that time, like it was one day, like I think the day that really sealed it for me. It sounds so trivial, but I was just so tired. Like tired is my code word for like I'm depressed. But I was just like so tired, and we were angry. Like we were both mad at each other about some money that I was supposed to get, but my check was messed up, so I had to wait till the next check for that money to come. So she was mad, I was mad, and we had been arguing about. Well, she was fussing at me all day about it, and she turned off the TV. Like as she went to go to bed, she turned off the TV as if like I was going with her, but I wasn't. I was still watching the TV. And I promise, I have no clue why. It was like it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Like I exploded. Like everything that I was going through at that time, I don't even know why. But her turning off that fucking TV, let it out. Like,
just lit the match, lit the
and
fuse.
and to her credit, she didn't like shiver up and oh my god. She stood her fucking ground. Like, she even, took it to the next level. And I got so mad to the point where I punched the wall. And that's when I was like, all right, I need to go. Like, it's time. It's time to separate this. Because if it's going to start getting here, then I know what's coming next. And I don't even want to put myself in that, especially after what just happened to my sister. So it was like, okay, I need to leave. And I called myself being healed as soon as I left that situation. And I met my daughter's mom, like my youngest daughter's mom. And we were dating. About 8 months into the relationship, she was pregnant. And it's like, all right, cool. And everything was going fine. And I can truly say I didn't vet her as well as I thought I did.
Been there.
Yeah,
Been there.
Definitely did not vet her as well. Like, oh, she's a church girl, great job, got her life together. She don't have baby daddy drama, none of that, whatever. Cool. Bet. Seems like this is the one.
She's perfect. She's a unicorn.
Oh, was that bitch controlling?
How do they have this power over us? How do they do it? I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I didn't even feel like a man in that relationship. Like, I didn't feel like I had no control as a man. And it was like, all right, now that one, I legit had a long talk with myself. Like, are you really finna do this again? Just because you don't feel like you're a man? And then it's like, yeah, because I don't feel like I'm being a man. Like, that one, I can truly say that one was definitely 100% ego. Where it's like, I don't even feel like I'm the man of this household, this relationship. So what am I even here for? And that was definitely the ego selfish way of looking at that one. Like, and having that conversation with you Monday made me realize that for sure. Where that one was truly selfish. Where I could have stuck that out and just been like, look, check this out. You say you're a Christian woman, so you know what a man is supposed to be in a Christian household. So, and I can say with that one, I was selfish. And again,
that's all we need. We can't not make mistakes. That's not an option. All we can do is learn from them. And if we make mistakes, some mistakes are bigger than others.
Yeah.
It is what it is. That doesn't make it okay, but it is what it is. If you make a mistake, then all you can do is learn as much as you can from it and make sure you're a better person going forward. And sometimes you need to falter a couple of times before it really hits you in the face. And whatever that journey is, we all go on that journey. And it's different for all of us, but as long as you are looking to make the next step, I think you're in good something. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Hey, I try to be, the wise. I aspire to be the wise sage of the IndianJesus.
You're doing very well in that.
But no, like I said, the reason why I gravitated to this channel was the fact that like we can push each other's ideals, and that's the real thing. Like the fact that I can push your ideas and you can stand firm and be like, well, no, because of this, and the fact that you can push my ideals and I can be like, well, no, I see your point here, but this is the pushback for here.
Or if one of us is right, and we also can feel comfortable to be like, that was wrong. You're right. Cool. Word up.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. It's about the communication.
That is definitely the dopest thing. Like, and just the fact that like I think this is the type of content we need for a young man.
Thank you, man. That means a lot. I'm really, that's all I want to do is help people not have as shitty as a childhood as I did, and even going through my 20s. Like, I definitely, it's almost the same kind of, I kind of sulked a lot in my bullshit in my 20s. And definitely. I just didn't need to. And if we can create a space where we can get that shit out and people understand there's a different way to do things, then it doesn't mean that we have the answer for everybody, how you do this, that, and how you live your life. But if I can offer something, that's all I'm looking to do.
I think the main thing you offer is you offer that, and I've heard it before, that Asian parent energy, that no nonsense, like wait, logic ain't adding up here. Like y'all, Asian parents are very, if it ain't logical, don't you fucking say it. And
Yup.
once you, because like I can say something, you'll be like, whoa, wait, and you'll either pull it up or you go ask the deeper question. And
I want us all to be able to do that. I want us all to be able to just sit down and have a conversation, but know how to break down. We're talking about syllogisms. We're talking about premises and conclusions, and being able to take just somebody talking and translate that into, okay, so they think this and then that. So if they think this, then that must be the conclusion. So if they say that this is not the conclusion, or they say that something else, then I have it all clear in my mind, and I have to give a lot of credit to my one of my philosophy professors from college, Joel Feldman. He actually did my podcast when it was the All Really podcast, still on this channel. But I took a class with him just called Logic and Language, and the whole thing was just a class of, half of the semester was logical fallacies, the other half of the semester was informal fallacies, where like breaking that mathematical equation of things. And it's helped it made me much more easy to be like, you're talking bullshit, which, believe it or not, people don't love. But in terms of understanding things, and in terms of standing up for myself and expressing myself, it's been a great thing. So if you haven't seen the logical fallacy stream that I did, go back and check that out. Chad, I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna give you the floor. Any last words? Social media, any of that? The floor is yours.
Nothing major to say. I think we got everything out. Again, man, love the channel, love what you do. Love everybody. Indian Films, my guy. Peaceful night. See you guys Friday, basically.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. I always appreciate your time. Always appreciate what you have to say. I love having you up here. I don't know if you heard, but when Indie Film first came up, I was like, one of my favorite panelists. He's like, oh, I thought you were going to bring up Trey. I was like, yo, my favorites, yo. Always here for me.
I'm happy that I can at least somewhat contribute to your amazing platform. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Spend a little bit of time with my child. I don't know why he's up at midnight. So we finna have a talk anyway. But yeah, catch you Friday.
All right, brother. I will see you then. Thank you so much. All right. So, this show always seems to come back to some type of issue about race or wokeness or something like that. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, or if it just is what it is. It's certainly not my intention. Certainly the shows themselves, the main part themselves, I'm not focusing on that stuff. But I think it's very telling how no matter what we talk about, whether we're talking about Sneeko and Red Pill stuff, or we're talking about Project Veritas and what's going on in schools, or whatever it is, the notion of identity and just having our own place in the world, that's what all of this conversation really breaks down to. If you look at how people are talking about the thing they're talking about, you can see why they're talking about it. And so if you see somebody talking about the Black community this and the Black community that and the Black community that, you don't often hear rich, any like let's say non-stereotypical Black men. You don't see them having an obsession's a strong word, but I'm going to use it, but for lack of a better term, for lack of a better term, obsession with the Black community. Unless that is their, you're like Al Sharpton or something. And if you do, if you see some, like an athlete or a politician or somebody who's known talking about the Black community, they're never sacrificing their own livelihood. They're never sacrificing their own benefit for the community, nor should they, nor should you. You are an American, and in America, we are individuals. We can do no better for ourselves or for our countrymen than being our best selves. Jordan Peterson, clean your room. Before you try to talk to me about the world economy, get your own fucking house in order. Now, I don't know that my house is in order. I'm certainly open to you guys telling me, hey, you're spouting some bullshit here. But if you do, you better be ready to back it up. And that's communication. That is something that is so amiss. I don't know how, in a world where we are so connected by the internet, we are so bad at communication. And I can't think of a single issue, political, sociological, or otherwise, that isn't to some level caused by bad communication. So I hope that with these these street talking videos, we got a good look at what is effective communication and what Peter Boghossian was doing to help the mindset, the thinking, the critical thinking of these students. Certainly the institutions, certainly the schools themselves are just in it for the money. There's 1,000,000,001 videos, probably literally, that you could go see somebody with an iPhone or a microphone asking simple questions to college students or college age students, and they don't know shit. So clearly, higher education is not all it's cracked out to be. And I say this as somebody who has a bachelor's degree, which is not a brag in 2022. But I think we covered some really interesting and really poignant topics today. Aside from the underneath the communication aspect, a lot of good stuff. I definitely got to sit on stuff that we talked about today and figure out exactly how I feel about this stuff. And that's okay to not know how you feel about everything. But just take a step back, communicate properly with yourself, and you good. But if you don't want to do that and you don't know how to do that and you want to just communicate it to me, in the description is the link to the Discord server. You can hit that. The party rages on 24/7. I am never away from my phone. And of course, got Discord on my phone. So myself and the other dudes and one lady actually in the Discord, and we're always hanging out. We were trying to do watch parties for House of the Dragon, but HBO Max fucked us over and they started blacking out the screen, so we can't do screen share. But I am looking to do a regular, just original Game of Thrones watch party. I have that on my computer already, so we don't need any internet for that. And that'll be just us. And I want to do a lot of stuff like that. So go join the Discord. It's going to be fun. If you're enjoying what we're doing here, you have way more to engage with in there. Also in the description, as well as scrolling across the bottom of the screen. This channel is not monetized yet. I'm hoping I'm going to see super chat after super chat after super chat. But for now, the only way to get at me is to go through the support links also in the description, roll across the bottom of the screen, Venmo, PayPal, CashApp, all of that good stuff. The Indian Jesus, if you want. But you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You've already given me so much just by sitting here and spending time with me. And I am not being facetious. The fact that you guys are here, the fact that I'm not just talking to myself, means the fucking world to me. It means the world to me. So thank you guys for hanging out and just spending time. And especially those of you who were in the chat, especially those of you who came up on the panel. You're really helping me make this into what I wanted it to be. We're getting there. We've only just begun. We're getting there. So, of course, if you haven't subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button. You know what else? It's absolutely free to like, to comment, to hit that subscribe button, to ring the bell, to comment, did I already say that? To share it with a friend, to take that URL and plaster it everywhere you possibly can. That is how we will get this to blow up. Can't do it alone. I need you guys. I don't need you to spend any money. I mean, if you want to, that'd be awesome. I don't need you to spend a goddamn dime. All that stuff is free. But even if you don't even want to do that, and all you want to do is just sit at home and think about how awesome I am and how great this channel is, you can do that too. That'd be awesome. Thank you guys for coming to the party. I'm your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.